Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live in studio. Senior economist Tracy Shuchart, otherwise known as Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy.
Good morning.
We're missing our partner in crime today, Jimmy.
I know. So sad.
I know. Well, we're thinking about you, Jimmy, and we always love hearing from Jimmy today. So I'm going to do my own edge report this morning before we get our special guest in today, which is
Amena Bakr, head of Middle East Energy and OPEC Plus Insights for Kepler.
Yeah, I'm wearing my glasses today, so I look a little smarter for Amena.
She's fantastic.
And good morning, Chad. Hope everyone is doing well. And before we get started today, I have to say a very special happy birthday to one of our producers, Austin.
Yes, happy birthday, Austin.
Happy birthday, Austin. That chat better light up saying happy birthday to Austin. He's one of the guys that helps bring this to a reality every day, and he does a fantastic job. And happy birthday, Austin. Markets overnight. So, it's funny. We talked about this yesterday morning, and before, even when Kane was coming on, I said I wouldn't be surprised to see the Trump administration put some headlines out. They never like headlines out. They never like not being the center of attention.
Of course.
And lo and behold, this is what happens, right? And I wrote yesterday, tariffs, or I said, Fed today, tariffs tomorrow. And that was just meaning, look, we're going to get through this today, but we all know the tariffs are where we are. Quick recap on the Fed meeting. I know we're going to move in and talk about kind of tariffs again, but what happened yesterday with Fed?
Yeah, so the whole, I could sum it up in wait. I can sum it up in one word, pretty much. So Powell reiterated a million times that, we're wait and see. In fact, I counted how many times. It was 16 times he said, wait and see. So that is the mode we are in. He was pretty hawkish, I would say, in that they're in no rush to cut rates at all this year until they wait and see on the data. And so far, the data is not telling them that a rate cut was needed. He said that he understands the sentiment out there and that businesses are worried, that consumers are worried, but it's just not showing up in the data yet, so there's nothing they can do. What was interesting that kind of went under the radar is that he admitted that they perhaps cut too late last year, which was interesting.
Yeah. And, again, it's always about the reaction. Thanks for that, Shai, and helps us understand what's really going on behind the scenes there with the Fed. The reactions were minimal. You had equities with a little bit of sell-off. It was nothing really, again. You had gold has got some weakness today. Treasuries rallied. And this is the one thing I said yesterday. You got to watch the bond market. The bond market rallied, and the rally was minimal.
Yeah.
And then sold off today. We're basically inside yesterday's range in the bonds. We're basically back inside the range that we've been in for a while now. I've got some ZB up here. When I look at the bond market, it's obviously because of what the Fed has just said and done, it explains why we're looking very range bound.
Yeah.
If rates are range bound, of what they're going to be doing, bond market's going to be range bound.
Yeah, exactly. It was surprising that we saw such a small reaction. I think the biggest reaction we saw was in the yen, which strengthened, but then it completely retraced the whole entire move.
Yeah, again, we've moved forward now. Here's a picture of the yen. It's a 6J. This even looks pretty range-bound to me, too. Jason Shapiro's been talking about this a lot. What I find really interesting about the yen, and I was going to talk about this a little bit later with Pharm, but I'm glad that you and I are talking about it now. If you look at the COT data, we had this up. Let's pull this up for the yen. And this is something that Jason talks about. He talks about watching. So this is a weekly chart. If you guys haven't caught that segment yet, it's a newer segment on NinjaTrader Live. It's every Wednesday following Kane from 11 to 11:30 on COT data as commitment of traders. And Jason is really the premier person to go over COT data. And I love his thought process. And one of the things I want to talk about is how you can bring that into day trading or even swing trading like me. I mean, Jason's more of a position trader, but you look to see where the positioning is, and you can see right now the large speculators are massively long, the longest they've been in some time, while the commercials are short. And what's happening is that this trade is now potentially, and we'll see after yesterday, Shai, could be signaling a scenario where all the long speculators are long enough and they couldn't go up with this market in the yen, and the yen could start to come back down. Because think about it, everybody. Anytime a market is positioned very heavily in one direction and all of a sudden you get news that would potentially take it higher and it can't go higher, that's a sign that it's saturated, right? And you could see that in the COT data. And so seeing that in the yen becomes interesting. And ultimately, Shai, what does that mean if the yen starts to come down?
Well, Japan certainly would not like that due to tariff talks. They would like to see a stronger yen. But, again, the yen, kind of like gold and kind of like the Swiss franc, is kind of a safe haven trade. And when the yen gets stronger, we see risk off in the markets because of that carry trade. Yeah.
And so, again, everything gets back to tariffs. And is there any new headlines or fronts on this?
So, we have supposedly a U.S.-UK trade deal coming this morning. There will be an announcement. He's speaking at 10 a.m. this morning. Now, Trump has said the U.S. has secured what he described as a quote-unquote comprehensive trade agreement with the U.K. After weeks of talks. Now, despite Trump's use of this language, any agreements probably likely to be limited. The UK deal has never kind of been billed as a full-scale free trade pact, and which typically takes years to negotiate. And then on the UK side, the UK officials are saying that Thursday's announcement will just set out general terms and focus on specific sectors. So in other words, it's another deal in principle, quote unquote. And then, of course, UK Prime Minister Starmer will be also speaking about that later today.
I mean, how much are we doing with them in general in trade? Like, how important? I mean, is this one of these things we're trying to check a box as a win or something? Are we getting past some of these? Is that kind of what's happening right now?
I think that's what I think they're trying to do that. So we'll find out for sure if it is indeed just an agreement in principle to talk about what they want to talk about later, or if in fact it is a comprehensive trade agreement. So we'll be, definitely 10 a.m. is going to be very important, because if it is an actual trade agreement, of course, the markets would love that. If it's not, we may see some disappointment in the market.
And I think minimal disappointment, but nonetheless, I mean, again, it's just showing that you can't close the deal on some of these things. I think that's ultimately what the market does want to see, is just a deal closed,
right.
and actually know that we can plan, even if it is a small deal. You go back to what Jim Bianco said a couple weeks ago, just show us a win. Right now, it's all talk, and we've not seen anything walking the walk just yet. And we're getting, again, I think we're under 60 days now, which is really in a blink of time. Time goes by so fast. I mean, 60 days is like tomorrow, so.
And these trade deals generally take, 18 to 24 months to actually come to fruition if you look at past trade deals. So I don't know how much can get done in 90 days, but we'll find out.
Can you imagine we did another pause?
Oh,
would that be bullish or bearish? I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? If we had another pause on tariffs, would that be bullish or bearish?
That's a good question. I mean, I could argue both sides of that. Both sides of that. I do want to go over the news that happened yesterday. So we did see a rally in the CHIPS Act. We had a Bloomberg headline that came across that made it seem as if all AI chips would be excluded from the current Trump tariffs. That's what the headline sounded like. We saw a rally in the market, but this is, again, not the case. the Trump administration plans to rescind some Biden-era chip curbs. It's a repeal of what they call the AI diffusion rule, which is not final yet either, but Trump is going to, it's supposed to take effect on May 15th, and Trump is going to hold on that. But under this rule, there are 3 categories of countries that we can sell chips to. One that are totally safe, one kind of medium, and then the hot zone where we can't sell to them because we're trying to protect our IP from China, obviously, and we're in an AI war with China. So really, even though he's holding on this on May 15th, he's going to come out with his own plan. So this is not going away. What the rumor is that right now you have the Middle East that's in the red hot no-go zone. Trump is traveling to the Middle East to talk to UAE and Saudi Arabia next week. And so many think this is due. He's going to try to negotiate a chip deal with them so that our chip market will be open to the Middle East. And that would probably be the only notable change in that agreement.
I mean, that goes back to kind of this story of the mega caps. The AI story comes back pretty hot with that, and those are the ones that, you know, those names are going to be important for a rally to be sustained or not.
Right.
Did AMD or NVIDIA? I know I looked at them briefly. Was there any initial reaction off of those?
So yeah, we did see a rally in NVIDIA. I think was up 3%. In semiconductor ETF, we saw a rally about 1.7%. So we did see a rally in some of those names yesterday and a rally in the market. How long, I think the market still needs to digest really what that headline means. And so we'll see if that rally will be sustained today or not. And then, of course, we continued to rally overnight on the U.S.-UK trade deal announcement.
Yeah. And I thought they didn't care about the market, but they care about the market.
Of course they care.
Yeah, and it is now seeping back in wherever they can put things in to make the market feel bullish and warm and fuzzy, it's happening. Which, look I think that these tariffs over time are bullish for our country. I mean, it comes down to how is it going to be handled. And as traders, we focus on the now, not the later.
Right.
And that's just the way it is, right? That's this business. And so now they're getting more into the now versus like the future, which is understandable. I get it. But the question is, when these things start to finally get really put out in detail, I think that this tape is way ahead of its skis, in my personal opinion, of what expectations are. If you can go back to where we were, remember just a small tariff was such a big deal, right? Now we're saying medium-sized tariffs across the board, I'm just generalizing it, are okay.
Right. Well, right, exactly. I mean, when they were talking 50% on China, the market freaked out. Now that they're 154%, 50 doesn't sound so bad anymore. Right?
Yeah, and the one thing is that we've talked about this. The market always finds a way to make money once it knows what it is. That's the reality, right? These people are too smart. These companies are going to figure out how to make money. At the end of the day, this is not going away. Stocks aren't going to zero, because of tariffs.
There are always a way around tariffs. Companies make them work. It may take time, absolutely, but in the end, they figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah, and any other data today?
So for data today, we have jobless claims and obviously continuing claims, and that is at 8:30. So we'll be covering that at 8:30. On air, we have wholesale inventories, not market moving. 10:30, natural gas inventories, not really market moving. And 11 a.m., we have New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations. So that could be market moving. So something to watch out for. Absolutely.
Yeah, if that's on the turn, we got Christian today, of course, and then we go into stow following that. And so they'll have some data that could potentially be moving the market. Anything else, Shai? I know there's a lot going on this morning. You and I had a long talk this morning.
Yeah, so let's talk about gold for a little bit because the data just came out from China. We have China's central bank expanded gold reserves for the 6th straight month. And so that country's holdings have climbed by close to 1 million ounces or 30 tons in the last 6 months. Last month was 70,000 troy ounces, as they are seeking, obviously, to diversify holdings away from U.S. dollar and reliance on U.S. assets. And then China's SPEC have also added longs in their futures market aggressively over some recent sessions. So we've got a lot of gold interest, not only in their futures market, but with the central bank as well.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll talk technical here. A moment for gold. When you look at gold, I anchored this VWAP from the recent swing high, which is the all-time high, and all I have is a 2 and 3, 1, 2, and 3 standard deviations around it. And what is really interesting is that it was sloping down initially, and we were trending below the 8-day moving average and the VWAP consistently, and we crossed back over it, and now it's turned into support. You see, yesterday's big move lower in gold, and then today comes back down to the VWAP anchored from the high on the 8-day moving average. So when I look at this, it's bullish, but I also look at it and say you got to really watch how you need a little bit of time because the lines aren't sloping up. What I like about standard deviations is that I could see from this high, basically we are just in a sideways market. It wouldn't surprise me to spend a little bit of time here. But it is overall bullish, and it goes back to it. We have a macro theme supporting, and everybody we've talked to really has said this.
Right.
There's a lot of money coming into gold, and so on weakness, when it holds, it goes, man.
Well, yeah, and if you've noticed over the past few months, I mean, those pullbacks have not been very steep. They've been very shallow. Maybe $200, $250. I mean, that sounds like a big move if you're trading it, but really, an overall picture of things, those are pretty shallow pullbacks, if you pull a fib on that. So it hasn't given, investors a lot of chances to get in, and I think we're seeing a lot of chase in that market as well.
Yeah, and going back to the COT data, Jason's been talking about this as well. It was funny. We were way more overbought in gold 1,000 points ago.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
Well, because, it works, it tends to work off that bullishness. Even if it's going up, you can still kind of work that off with those dips.
Yeah, I mean, and right now they're nowhere near overbought to where they were. You go back to last time where the COT data was similar to where it is today. The price in gold was at 2,200. And that just tells me again, when you have a macro theme behind technicals, this COT data is really good to see where positioning is because you've got price and you've got positioning. It's a key part of what you need to look at in the overall theme of a market. And so it's really great to have Jason on board with us every Wednesday at 11 o'clock. But coming up here in just a moment, Amena Bakr, head of Middle East Energy and OPEC Plus Insights. We're going to get her in here in just a second. A quick preview of Amena and her background.
So she worked she's ex-Reuters. She was bureau chief at Energy Intel. I've been following her for literally years. She's amazing. I got a chance to meet her finally in February when I went to OPEC for that meeting, and so looking very forward to talking to her this morning, particularly in light of all the rumors surrounding the recent OPEC Plus decisions.
Yeah, well, I know that we have her ready. I'm excited. I've been following Amena for a long time as well, and so without further ado, let's get Amena in here and let's have a chat with her.
Hi, Tracy.
Amena, good morning.
Hi, Anthony.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Pleasure to meet you. So we're doing great. We're really excited to have you here today. We didn't talk about crude this morning. We were waiting for you to talk about crude. So let's start off with just the landscape of the crude oil market right now. You know, you've got a lot of traders watching this show, and we talked about this even earlier. Just when we're more focused on the now than the later, but you're more focused probably on the overall big picture. But for right now, the theme in oil it's been pretty weak, right? Tracy's been talking about holding that 55 level for a while, and it continues to hold. But overall, the crude oil market, the rallies have not been really of any significance off of this mid-50s level. What's the overall theme right now in the oil market?
Well, the overall theme, Anthony, is that the oil market is facing a lot of volatility. I mean, since President Donald Trump took office, every day we're having to deal with various announcements on tariffs, on changes, on his foreign policy that's been really impacting the oil markets. I see that the prices right now are not really focused on the fundamentals. And as you rightly said, everyone is thinking very, very short term. So this divorce from fundamentals is causing the market to really be more attached to what's happening in the stock market and reacting to every tweet that Donald graces us with on the day. So yeah, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of volatility, and a lot of challenges with OPEC too. I'm happy to speak about, I mean, their recent decisions, the rationale behind that, because I know it's creating a lot of confusion. Going into 2025, Anthony, we didn't really have a very bright picture on what the demand outlook would look like. So the idea that OPEC is bringing back these barrels is creating a lot of confusion, and also the timing. The common question I always get, does Trump have anything to do with it? And I'll wait for you to ask me that maybe later.
So well, that was actually going to be my question. I was because obviously it's a big. Everybody's talking about it. So OPEC Plus has decided to accelerate kind of the unwinding of voluntary cuts, planning to return about almost 1 million barrels per day by June 2025, with further increases anticipated per market conditions. So what? From your perspective, what are the primary drivers behind this accelerated return to barrels? Because we're hearing all sorts of rumors out there, such as it's due to discipline action against non-compliant members. It's to assert market dominance over shale. Some say it's an attempt to appease Trump. So what are we looking at, and what is the motivator behind this recent decision that everybody's crazy about right now?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that, Tracy. So basically, it is around the fact that they do want to discipline those that have been leaking production in the market. As you know, Tracy, these producers, especially Saudi Arabia, the UAE, I mean, they've been sitting on these cuts for a very long time now. And they're looking at countries where, the price is at a kind of good level. And they're looking at countries like Iraq, Kazakhstan, and Russia constantly leaking supply into the market. And that's kind of unfair. It's creating this sense of unfairness within the group. Why should one member constantly have to sit back or sit on this spare capacity while others leak supply into the market? So to restore that sense of fairness and to restore a sense of cohesion within the group, they decided to go ahead with these increments back into the market. Now, that was a decision taken back in 2024. I don't know why the market was so surprised when they said, okay, we're going to start in April, because that was the decision back then before Donald Trump even took office. And for Trump, I feel like he was only complaining about prices earlier in the year. If you remember, during the World Economic Forum, when he came out and said, okay, I want Saudi Arabia and OPEC to start producing more, prices are at unacceptable levels. Brent was at 80 then, if you remember. So at prices when they came off, we didn't hear Trump complaining about the price anymore. So there wasn't really any kind of knee-jerk reaction from the group when he called for them in January to do something. And they're used to hearing these comments constantly by Trump saying that, you know, he wants lower oil prices. I think at this point in time, I mean, the relationship between OPEC states and the US has changed. It's no longer, you know, following exactly what they want. These states do what's in their own national interests. And they see the summer period, especially the summer, as a good window for them to return these cuts. One, you have domestic demand within the Gulf region rising, meaning that you're going to be buffering some of that extra production as it's going to be used domestically. Two, you have the Hajj season. Hajj means pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia, which is also is happening during the same period. And you have a lot of demand for products during that season. So that's another buffer. Plus, you have the summer driving season. And you know more about that, Tracy, being, you know, in the US and Canada and so on. So it's that also helps on the demand front. And it was clear, like from the way that Saudi Aramco priced their OSPs in June, they didn't offer a discount. They increased prices to Asia. So they do see demand for their barrels. So that's why the summer period is the month or the period where they think that they could bring back their barrels into the market and make the most out of a kind of bad situation at a time where, you know, prices are divorced from fundamentals and you have cheaters within the group leaking supply. What are the others going to do? So it's time for them to gain back some of that. I'm not saying that market share here is the driver behind this policy, but it's also a good chance for them to gain back some of that market share in key markets such as Asia.
And I know Kepler recently came out and they lowered their supply expectations for shale. So what are supply expectations looking like, you know, out there away from OPEC plus?
Sure. No, I mean, for the time being, we're seeing shale flat. We're seeing no growth in shale. However, if we enter into WTI being like in the 50s until the end of the year, that's when we start to see a drop. I spent a couple of days in Houston last week, Tracy. I had the privilege of meeting a lot of people from the industry, and the kind of common theme among them, I mean, being a stronghold for Republicans, and many of them were not shy to tell me that they voted for Trump, but they're unhappy with their vote right now, given what their industry is suffering through. And I got a lot of, I mean, the kind of consensus among them is that shale for this year, we might see a decline of 150 to 200,000 barrels a day if the current prices remain. I know that Chris Wright has constantly been an advocate of, you know, Trump's policy of drill, baby, drill, and they're trying to cut red tape and so on and ease the way for businesses in the upstream. But that's not overcoming what's happening to the price, and it's not helping these producers. So I guess, yeah, the silver lining here, again, it's not the main motivation behind the OPEC decision to bring back production at a faster pace, but it's also controlling supply that's coming from outside the group. And therefore, I mean, we might see lower shale growth this year.
So President Trump obviously wants lower oil prices, and we've gotten that. And so I guess the question is, where do we go from here? What do you forecast happens with this administration to change? You know, as we talked about the short-term trend is down. What do you think changes to get the trend back up?
Well, I think, I mean, for him to, as we enter kind of the interim election period, and again, I mean, people that I spoke to in Houston were saying that, okay, he had 100 days where he laid out very, very bold decisions and tariffs and so on, and this is kind of him being tough with the negotiations, and there's this kind of expectation by them that he's going to start walking back. But that expectation, I've also heard from a lot of officials based here in the Middle East, that they do expect Trump to walk back from many of the announcements that were made. The question is it too late? I don't know. I can throw back the question back at you. If it's too late and the damage has already been done, is it going to be hurting demand to the point where, you know, we're going to see a destruction of demand because of already the announcements that were out there? Another kind of unknown here is what he will do with Iran. I mean, if he presses Iran with maximum sanctions under our base case scenario, we might see 500,000 barrels of Iranian crude off the market. And that would give a more bullish case to the markets and more space really for the rest of the group to be unwinding these cuts. But yeah, I'd like to hear from you if you think the damage is done or not.
Well, I mean, when you from a trader's perspective, I look at it and go, no, I don't think anything is ever done. I mean, these markets have they defy a lot more than we ever think they can. And I also look at when I look at President Trump and when I think about what he's trying to achieve, when it comes to oil prices in particular, you have lower prices now. So ultimately, why would he want? I guess maybe what's the sweet spot for the oil producers? You know, because this is me not coming into your world. Where's the sweet spot where it's good for consumers, it's good for also good for oil companies, and also good for everybody in the oil business? Because right now it seems, as I talk with Tracy every day, it's not great for them, and hearing it from you as well. But the consumers look and say, well, it's lower. Why is that not good?
Well, I mean, okay, for Trump, he blatantly he said outright that he wants oil prices at $50. That number was mentioned by him, and I think Chris Wright as well mentioned the $50 mark. I don't think that's good for U.S. shale producers, and it's definitely not good for the OPEC Plus group. Various members have different break-even points if you're talking about their budgets. I mean, even for Saudi Arabia, for example, if you're looking at balancing the budget in the classic way, you would need maybe, I don't know, Brent at $90. But I mean, for Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they have more tools at their disposal that could shield them, and they could withstand lower oil prices for a period of time. It's hard to kind of define the time period on that. But I would say, I don't know, a recovery into, I'm talking about Brent here, into the 70s, 80 level, that would be great for most of OPEC plus. And yeah, for shale, WTI, maybe 65, high, yeah, that level, that would be kind of fair for them to continue their growth. And there are two contradictory things here. I mean, Trump wants to grow the shale industry, but at the same time wants lower oil prices. So maybe he's achieved that during the first half of the year, and then maybe we'll see a correction in the second. I mean, it just depends on what happens next and how the announcements pan out.
Because I guess the question I have is, if he does drill baby drill and gives all the support that he can to the oil industry, doesn't that ultimately take prices down anyway? I guess there's this operation cost of where crude is too low, where they can't make money, so they can't do it. So I guess another way to phrase this is, can oil prices be a little bit higher than here, where there's a sweet spot, as you talked about? The oil companies are able to drill more because they're making money, and that ultimately still takes the price of what most people look at as gas and diesel down. Does that actually, in our world of not knowing the oil industry, does that actually work?
Sure, that's kind of an ideal situation if you're, looking theoretically on paper. More supply would mean that you would get a lower oil price. And at the same time, I mean, the kind of excuse, or, the administration is telling the upstream producers is that, listen, you need to optimize, you need to cut costs. This has happened to you before. So you are able to work within this lower bracket and produce more. But I mean, the industry is telling them, no, this is not possible. This is not something that we can work with. But yes, theoretically, if more production comes online, that's when you get, a lower price. And that's when you have an attachment between the price and fundamentals. And I said, I mean, it's no longer the case. That link needs to happen again. If you're looking at the long game, and it's very, very, very important. I mean, you highlighted, Anthony, that, I mean, traders only look at trades happening today, tomorrow, maybe, a weekend. But for OPEC and for Saudi Arabia and the UAE and some of the members, they are really playing the long game. They're not here just for today and tomorrow. They're looking to make their oil as relevant as possible for as long as possible. So for them to, have the lower supply from outside the OPEC group, they're guaranteeing bigger market share and possibly like a higher oil price in the future.
I mean, this was fantastic. I can't thank you enough for joining us today, taking us into your world. As a longtime trader and follower of yours, it's really been great to hear from you and getting insight that, we just can't get anywhere else. And so I really appreciate your time. Everybody in chat, go and follow Amena on Twitter. She was, as you can see, she's fantastic.
Amazing. Thank you, Amena.
Thank you again so much for joining us. We look forward to having you back.
Hope to see you both soon.
So really, really good. And what I love about this, you bringing in people like Amena and getting a chance to meet her challenges my thinking, right? And it makes me understand an industry that I'm not super familiar with, right? I mean, traded oil for 20-something years, right? And it's like I don't know a fraction of what you or Amena knows, but getting an inside look at it and just understanding, I think more for me is maybe even this conversation was less of as a trader. In some ways, obviously, it did help, but in other ways, it's just understanding the oil industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what is most important, what she said is, OPEC is playing the long game. So they're not in here to flood the market and destroy the industry. They're looking to have oil be relevant for as long as possible and do that in a productive and way that is not irresponsible.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's like, the question I asked her about, Trump obviously wanted prices lower. We're getting that, right? But then the oil industry is like, hey, wait a minute, why is this happening, right? And because you understand that they can't make money at these prices.
Right.
So if they want to continue to drill and be able to create more supply, you can't do it at these prices, right? I mean, that's ultimately what it means, Shai.
Right, correct. And the lower you have prices, the more production comes off. This just sets you up for another oil spike in the long run.
Exactly.
Which is also not good.
Exactly. And so, and how Amena talked about how they're looking at the long game. I think that so much of what Trump is doing right now is looking at the long game as well. So I think initially, if you really look at what he's doing, he wanted obviously prices lower first, which he did get, and she talked about that, right? And we all can see where the price of oil has come down. But the question is now, where do we find that sweet spot where those producers can start making money again? And that's where it gets interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And while we were talking to Amena, of course, the jobless numbers came out, and we had in-line jobless claims 228, expected 230, and continuing claims 879, expected 1895. So in line.
Yeah, market's coming down. All right, about that time, we're going to get my boy Pharm in here. Shai, this was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring him in. The big dog. Good morning. You heard that from Amena, but we also had some numbers. S&P's dropping a little bit. We went from 5705-ish down to 85, 20-point move. And yet another update, Pharm. This market just doesn't want to go down. Thoughts on yesterday's FOMC reaction, Amena, whatever you want to talk about. I'm ready.
Yeah. With respect to yesterday, box is box. And that concludes my TED Talk for today, Deli. We look below and fail. We just came up to the other side. So is what it is. More news last night. Huge deal coming for the morning. And, market goes up, about 6 trillion or whatever in market cap. And it's dumb. But again, just like, the night before, it was a technical move following yesterday's look below and fail. And that was a situation where you never really want the breakdown to occur in the midst of the volatility or the potential breakdown, because that vol crush is going to come in. If you're getting a downside break like that, I honestly even took some hedges off down below, at low of day. It was there's no way this is not coming back up. So that is what it is. And then we find out today, right? We came up to the top of the range. It's been defended so far. We may still open on a true gap up. It's going to be an interesting day because today is the day that bulls got to set it off and say, hey, let's break this out to the upside now that sellers failed to the downside. And I am actually interested in crude. Like, I agree. It's like there's just so much that goes on in that market. So that's where I just really have to put on my price monkey hat and look at it. And I'll say with respect to crude, if it had come down and taken out that April low and then put in the week that it's put in here, I would be calling bottom, like hard bottom. As it is, it still looks kind of good to me, honestly, to potentially put in a reversal. I have to see how this week closes. But I mean, if it can close at least 58s plus, obviously 59 would be better. It's going to look pretty strong. So interested to keep an eye on crude potentially for longs.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the price action, I talked about this. I like crude. It's at the bottom part of the range. The rallies have been lackluster, but it does get interesting here. And I do think headlines at some point soon start popping crude. I think because they've taken a lot of the negative ones on the chin so far, but we'll see. Let's go to the charts this morning. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&P. As you can see here on the daily chart, you can barely see that 20-point, sell-off that we just had. It's still well up. Opening range on the overnight S&P was the low of the day. 8-day moving average continues to hold, just grinding, holding above it, which, man, I tell you, I go back to it. It's like, what a difference of a tape that we've had. I mean, you couldn't get above any moving averages not too long ago, and now they just hold above the shortest term one that I have on my chart. And the only reason I use the moving averages are just to gauge the strength of trend. They do nothing for getting me in trades or getting me out of trades. Really, they're more of a guide of trend. And when I just see them going and hugging, I think about the trend followers, and I just go, man, it's hard tape to fade. And that's just what it is. I mean, yesterday, the initial reaction and then the news coming from Trump is kind of what I expected, right? I mean, they're not going to sit. They care about the market now. They're tweeting more about it. It's become more terror focused. The Fed was sharply unchanged in what they want to do. And so therefore you're going to have a stagnant bond market that's going to be pretty much sideways. They basically, what I think the most important thing that the Fed is doing right now is really keeping the bond market out of the equation. And so that's what I think is interesting for equities, is that we'll look at bonds in a second, but equities right now, it's just, I look at S&P, you're right. Today's an important day because today's low, first of all, Fed day 1, overreaction. Fed day 2, reaction to day 1. Fed day 3, and I'm saying, day 3 following the Fed, we learned the most about what the market, how it truly wanted to react to the FOMC decision. But it's really less about that. It's more about reacting to tariffs right now. But today's low, because overnight low on this gap up is what I see. Anytime I see an opening range low on a Globex session and we hold it, it's hard to want to be short today. And when I see these moving averages up top, I still think 5780 to 5800, that area, man, if they were to start to go, that's where they go. I'd be very interested to see if today we start to make a new high. And if we were to take out this recent high here, which comes in at 5724.75, today's high is 5717.5, so about $7 away from making a new high. That high becomes key because I think it runs up to this 2 standard deviation that I have, which is roughly just below 5,800. I want to go to the bond market real quick just because, you had a market that was trending lower in the bonds. I had this rectangled out. We talked about this big move. I've been showing it. We tried to make a run higher in the bond market. It couldn't. It fell back off. We've stabilized. Standard deviations around the VWAP anchored from the swing low right here are just sideways. It's a two-way tape. The bond market has now settled. And, I think that ultimately, that helps the bulls. If the bond market really does nothing, people come in, they buy equities. Anytime the bond market is moving quickly in one direction, it's always going to be jarring to the equity market because you're going to want to see, is it, what's going on, right? Up or down, it could have a jarring effect on the equities. When you just see a quiet bond market, eyes go back to S&P, they look at it and go, it's risk on, basically. And, The bond market to me just looks like it's stuck. I mean, just no interest in doing anything in it right now. I see no lead in either direction. It might be a modestly weak, a big deal. I mean, overall, it's not indicating much. And then I'm going to go to the NASDAQ. And when I look at the NASI, which will get loaded up here in a second, NASDAQ's going to be looking just like what S&P does. Why is it still staying on Z? There we go. When we look at this right here, anchored from the swing low, NASDAQ looks just like S&P. Recent high comes in at 20,276. And then today's high was 20,262. So NASDAQ got really close to that high from May 2nd. I tell you, man, two things I look at. Today's low and that May 2nd high. That, to me, is a breaking point to where we could start to see a spark in volatility. If we stay between the May 2nd high in the indexes and to today's low, why today's low? Because it's opening range on Globex, and that matters to me because it's following news. It was more some news-driven, and opening range was pretty much the low in the NASDAQ, S&P, Russell. We're up 1% overnight. You're following a Fed Day meeting. Can momentum be sustained? That's the way I look at it. If it cannot and that low gets taken out, I wouldn't be surprised to see the prior yesterday's low taken out and we start heading back down in this area in the NASDAQ, which would be 19,390 down to roughly 19,250. For me as a swing trader, hard to even do much again. It's about keeping my powder dry. I don't love anything right now. I wish I did. I wish I could say there's nothing forcing my hand either way for day traders. Hopefully I've given you some idea of where I think the context of the whole situation is right now. But that's what I've got. I think, you got to kind of see what happens over on the May 2nd highs or today's lows. If not, we're inside those two areas. And two-way tape. Let's see what you got, Pharm.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, yesterday we got the look below and fail on FOMC. We've come up, we've tested the other side. And look, I mean, a couple of days ago, I said that I had absolutely no interest being short anywhere near the bottom of this range. And similarly, I'm not really looking to be long at the top of this range. I would say it's perhaps less dangerous to be long up here towards the top than it was to be short near the bottom, just given that we did have yesterday's look below and fail. So, to me, it's on sellers to prove themselves now. After that failure yesterday, nothing to me meaningfully bearish occurs until, again, we break this range to the downside with continuation. And obviously, we're nowhere near that right now. And sellers had their shot yesterday to do so, and they failed miserably. But it still doesn't mean I'm looking to chase a swing long here, top of range. To me, that was the trade. If you're looking to get long, was on that look below and fail. Maybe you come in overnight. And I agree, you get that. We had that opening stick at overnight, stuck right into that 36 spot from yesterday, and then just up only from there, even really before the news, once it ripped through that 55 spot that we had yesterday as well. So, to me, I'm definitely favoring bulls here, but just not really looking to chase like that. I mean, that could have been the pullback there that you're going to get. This kind of 82 to 85 spot really kind of needs to hold, because then you risk coming into yesterday's high. You don't want to give that back. And then that 55 spot is going to be key. I had 52 to 55 yesterday. I'm using 54 to 56 half for today, just to include yesterday's spike. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I mean, favoring bulls, but it's still just a range. And so it's two ways to be expected. If we do come up and, we look above this range, we pop those, what was that, Friday's highs, and then fail back into range, that's going to look kind of bad. Maybe we look above the top and we come back to the bottom, we just balance in here for 7 years or something like that. Who knows? But wouldn't be unheard of to balance for longer than 5 days, 6 days. So two-way until you see a break of one side with continuation. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, look at that pullback. All it did was bring us to yesterday's high, right? Again, off of those jobless claims numbers. And here's the thing is that for a swing trader like myself, I always go back to, I was a short-term scalper for nearly 20 years. And so for me, I've fully committed to the swing trading side of things. And it's really difficult because when I see it get busy intraday, I'm always like, I don't want to, I've trained myself not to go to trade in between two different styles unless it's like super busy. And that's just like a whole nother world. And right now we're not there, but I look at this and go, man, if you're short, like I look at it from a swing perspective, if I'm short, I mean, what am I really leaning on? I mean, yeah, you can lean on the recent high. I mean, maybe right now you got a super short-term, risk leaning on the high, but it could wick that high and come right back in. I mean, it's like I look at it and go, we're just drifting higher again. This tape, for someone who I like to be short, right? Obviously, I think most short-term traders do, even swing traders, just because it's just always a quicker reaction. It's hard to manage risk here. And, it's like, what are you going to do? You're going to buy options and just watch them deteriorate on you every day? It's why I just am saying it's like, I cannot trade this right now from my perspective. Short-term day traders, if it's ranging in here with volatility what it is, embrace it. Stay super focused on your short-term trades, follow your process, and I think there's a lot of opportunity. But don't get too heavily concerned right now. If you do bring in bigger picture of what you think's happening, it's like a lot of times I think that is important. Right now, I think it's like, look at, man, turn on your short-term chart and just follow that, because this is not an area where I can see anybody who's trying to fade this or even be long it. Where are you wrong? Yesterday's low. I mean, it's like, okay, you're just every day you're taking shots if you're trying to do multi-day trades like me, and I'm just staying out of it. And so, again, I do think that supports short-term scalpers and day traders because it is rangy with volume, with volatility. So I just wanted to kind of just talk about that.
Yeah, that is the beauty of being able to be a short time frame trader. I mean, yesterday I had some family stuff come up, so I was done for the day pretty early on. But I mean, you could have been shorting the 52 to 55. We talked about that, yesterday morning as being, a potential breakdown, down into the 20s. Anyways, at least with potential for bottom of range. And so you can see you could have made a whole bunch of money short yesterday and then ultimately been wrong, right? Because we went higher. But it doesn't matter because, you're busy loading the Brinks truck headed to the bank. And so that is the beauty here, because you're right. I mean, like if you're trying to initiate a swing long today, I mean, yeah, good luck managing your risk, like you said. Because you really would have to, I mean, the technical stop really kind of has to be yesterday's low. So I don't see a good spot. The opportunity here that I see, and this is where I've talked about conversion trades that I will use. So like, let's say your primary vehicle is ES and you're like, maybe you trade 2 contracts of ES, right? You swing a 2 lot and you kind of want to be able to swing something for a breakout. You get it. Let's say you took this long, right? You nailed that low, 2 lots, you've taken 1 off. And then let's say we come up into the top of range here and you're like, well, I don't really want to mess around with these 57.20s. I better take profit, but I kind of want to leave something. That's where, to me, I mean, you could just sell that second lot and then buy 4 micros or something like that, right? Just convert your long from ES to MES. Or maybe if you trade MES to begin with, maybe you're closing your MES long position and you initiate long with, UPRO or like some kind of levered ETF. And you can literally just go to ChatGPT and calculate, like, here's my position with micros, and I'm looking to reduce my exposure by 50% here. How much notional should I buy in UPRO or SPXL or whatever it is? Like, you could just go to ChatGPT and they'll tell you, like, okay, close your last micros and buy this much. So that, to me, like when you're kind of in the middle and there's just not really a good way to manage risk on a big picture, you can sort of convert into a swing trade and then hold it if it breaks and goes. And then obviously if it fails to break the upside and it comes back in and you stop out on what is effectively a fourth of your original position, maybe you don't mind that. But to me, yeah, initiating any kind of a swing, pretty much impossible here. So I like to take advantage of some of the day trade precision that I have to potentially navigate into a swing. And like yesterday's look below and fail would have been just another perfect opportunity to do that. if you had been long ES and you didn't want to mess with these 50s on the way back through, you take the bulk of your position off and convert to runner. So I don't know if you've ever done anything like that with the conversion trades. And I know I do kind of some weird stuff, hedging the edges and conversion trades, but sometimes it just takes some of the sweat out of it when you just can't find that really good big picture entry for a swing.
I do it with options. I don't go into the micros often. So I'll trade, ES options or NQ options or GC or CL options, and I'll go into the futures and I'll just lay some off in an area that I think is key, and I'll keep whether it's the calls or the puts. But I think for a lot of people, using the micros to offset some of their positions, people forget that you actually can do that. Some people that are trading micros should probably be trading E-minis and then using micros to either reduce that position size as it gets to certain areas, because maybe they're getting to 2 minis and they could actually take that down by initially getting in with minis and then using micros to scale. I think that's really smart to do. I know eventually we'll be getting options at Ninja. I can't wait for that. I've been looking forward to that. I've been pounding the table about that for a while, but that's eventually coming, hopefully soon. But I think, for the options market, for me, I do that a lot. Especially in a market that's trending and I want to keep my core position on, I'll try to rotate around an area because, again, it's like if you have key levels that you think are important, or if you are ranging when you get to the edges, now you're either just hoping for it to break out versus okay, let me just take some risk off here. And if it does break out, great. I just take off that small hedge. If it doesn't, I have a small hedge that allows me to stay in it. That's the whole thinking.
Yeah, and I particularly like to do that, managing the edges when you've got the most obvious range in the planet. If you go back to the daily, anybody can look at this, drawing a box around this range is not difficult. Seeing where that range is going to be ahead of time is more difficult. But once we're here, pretty well defined edges, right? So, we have a few traders in the room that are just they're long calls at the bottom. They're long puts at the top while they're taking profits on their calls. And again, whatever your bias is, you can choose to trade that. You could be closing a certain percentage of your calls up here at the top. You're taking profit. You've guaranteed yourself a green trade. Your stop is break even back down at the lows. Maybe you slap on a couple of puts to get delta neutral or roughly delta neutral. And then if it breaks the upside with continuation, you just peel those off, and now you've got runners on your call position. So playing both sides of the edge can be fantastically profitable. We could, we've had, 8, 9, 10-day balance ranges where we're just sitting in this giant range for an eternity. And so if you just keep trying one side of the tape and you keep trying along and you keep trying along and you just keep getting stopped out, invariably what's going to happen is the move is finally going to go without you. One of the times that you stop out and you're, going to be smashing your phone and your keyboard. So to me, that's where just sort of fading those edges, both sides, make money on both sides of the tape, can really help to keep me in anyways, when I really am looking to catch a swing move. So that's kind of where I'm at. And, we'll look at today's action.
Yeah, let's look at today's action. And I'm going to answer a question from AV when we're done about the 20 micros. That's a good question, but I'll talk about that after we take a look into the tape with Pharm. So what are we looking at coming into today, Pharm?
Yeah, so again, not super excited about being long up anywhere near these 57.20s. And you can see how clean these spots were on the way up. And so I think if we give back, this 82 to 85 spot, we do have yesterday's high at 75. Again, we're going to open on a true gap up. So if you're here last week, it seems like we've done this a lot of days, right? So generally, if we're able to maintain above yesterday's high, it's kind of hard to want to be short, right? It's generally a long. I do feel like trapped below 82 to 85s. Now, if we give this back and you can see this swing low, you're going to have a whole lot of volume from overnight trapped that could potentially give back this move. And if you were a bull yesterday and looking to buy, why are you super anxious to be, chasing this, 60 handles higher or whatever, 90 handles higher versus yesterday's low? So I think this 82 to 85 is critical to sustain. And so I think early moves looks like potential for rotation between maybe 85-ish and 57. 5704 is a spot. Clearly 5698 to 5704 is my spot. But I think as long as this is holding, I think you're coming back up closer to 5706, 5707. But yeah, if we're offering this and we're driving back below yesterday's high, then it gets a little bit tricky. And to me, the biggest spot is now. I mean, we saw how well offered that 55 spot was, 52 to 55 yesterday. So to me, hopefully those pop sellers have become dip buyers, right? And this is supportive, because back below here, I think, is a disaster. So I think you want to hold 80s, and you can look to be long. You can potentially fade any kind of failures on the upside. But to me, this is two-way trading, potentially in here as the first move. And then if we give back yesterday's high and start rugging this overnight profile, you can be short at least until you see these 54, 56 spot and see what happens there. And if that's lost, then it's probably gross.
Yep. No, I can see that. And again, thank you, Pharm, for giving us your thoughts going into today's session. We do this every Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 9. Make sure you follow Pharm on Twitter and check out what he's doing with his Substack. This is Pharm's Friday. Not my Friday this week, though, because I'm going to be on with Pax tomorrow. I'm going to drive him crazy on capital preservation. He's gonna love that. I'm coming at him tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that tomorrow morning, Pharm. But I want to answer a quick question before I let you go, Pharm, because it was somebody asked, why not use 20 micros and save on conversion commissions? The only reason I say, if you're trading at least 2 minis, I like the micros to, let's just say you have a 2-lot mini position on and you get to an area where you want to potentially take off some risk, and instead of taking off 1 full mini, you use the micros. If you're trading 2 minis or less on the average, you're probably almost purely still a micro trader. But when you get to 2 minis and you want to take off a portion, instead of taking off a full mini, you can take off 4 or 5 micros to at least reduce some risk at an area that you think is key. That's the point that we are trying to make, because I think that so many people, they try to make the move from micros to minis, and they take that full contract off. You could still use the micros to leg out. Yes, you're going to pay commission on the 4 or 5 lot that you did to get in and out, but you're either going to win or lose from there. Either way, to me, at some point, it kind of should zero out. I mean, to me, reducing risk, I never worry about paying a fee. I want to reduce my position size if I want to in a key area. That always takes precedent over costs. That's the reason. But yeah, Pharm, I just want to answer that question. It was a great conversation because you trade that way, and I thought I wanted to get into that with with AV. So I appreciate that. You're the best, my brother. All right, we'll see you Monday.
We'll see you Monday, Deli.
All right, everybody. Let's bring in Tanya. Tanya, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm going to go over with the poll with you right away today. Sorry, we carved into some of your time today. Me and Pharm got on a little tangent today, talking about a couple of things. But we got 59% bullish, 21% bearish, 19% neutral. And the reason why I wanted to talk about that right out of the gates, because I'm going to be curious to see what you go over.
Yeah.
Really heavily bullish today when you come off of what yesterday was, right? And everybody, isn't it funny how when price gets a little bit higher, obviously, as price gets higher, people are going to get more bullish, but you've got 60% bullish on the poll coming into today.
Yeah, that is quite the majority, actually. I mean, typically it's more split evenly, and that's overwhelming. Every time it's close to 60% on one side, I would say that's a big majority of the chat. So, I mean, it makes sense. If we can just go ahead to the daily chart here. I mean, I've been saying that this has been what I've been majorly watching on the indices. The fact that that April 2nd high, we took it on NASDAQ and not on ES, and that might have been the start of a reversal. Well, we made a little swing high there, and the thing is, we're going back up. So it looks more like rotational money going into ES because it has been the stronger sister. I'll go down into the 4 hour next, but it does seem as though, yeah, we're we can't drop much lower than what we have already. Like we dropped into that 4 hour area, this little volume imbalance area on the daily, also a couple times on NASDAQ, but not on ES. So let's go into that and check it out. So it just does look like, the bulls are prevailing. So let's see here. Yeah, so on the 4 hour there, you can see ES, we didn't reach that level. We paused right before, and actually NQ during FOMC, super interesting. Let's like look into here actually on the hourly. I feel like it's gonna be cleaner for me to see. Actually, ES did just wick right there, and then that was like a power move up, right? And same thing on NASDAQ. We came back again into this area. We wicked below it, and yeah, we can't hold below those lows, and we're having nice pops. So the question now is like, all right, can we hold above highs? Can we displace above highs? And if we can, then I can see ES heading towards that April 2nd high, which is around like 5774. I'll have this high, previous high of week also marked out here. So I can have that marked out on the ES chart. NASDAQ, we're back in this gap. I'm kind of anticipating, the S&P 500 has been stronger. So I'd rather be longing the S&P 500, and that's what I've been doing essentially, and it's been working out well. Let's see here. Because the thing is, yeah, NASDAQ, we're kind of just back in this area. Got to be careful here about, or can we close above and displace above this high from earlier in the week? Or from Friday, actually, right? What day is today? Today's Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah, oh my gosh, it's already Thursday, right? Yeah, it's
Crazy.
Friday's high. It's my Friday, but it's not yours, like you said. I'm gonna be interested in watching you and Pax talk on tomorrow. I'll be definitely watching. So, can we hold above those highs? I'm not putting a lot of emphasis on being super bullish. Like maybe we could, if we wick and we retrace, we can just retrace again, and we're playing what I like to call as PD array ping pong, where you're just bouncing between different areas of interest back and forth. So that's what I'll be watching out for. Whether we can even reach this high, by the way, yeah. But this is earlier this Monday, Friday's high actually, and then from there I'll be watching. I mean, if we wick above it, then I'll be essentially looking for a retracement back into this area on the 4 hour. And then, I think this is really important. If we retrace before hitting this high, actually, I'd probably look for longs here. And if in 5 minute, even a 1 minute market structure shift might work there. I'd rather wait for maybe a 5 minute, or if a 15-minute market structure shift happens in the 4 hour time frame, then I can go zoom in on the 15 on the 1, and that's how I operate. I kind of tweeted yesterday. I was like, more and more and being on this show has actually helped me realize this as well. As like, I really love using the 4 hour chart for analysis. It really tells you a lot about strength, where the market's heading, where potential areas of interest are. And yeah, it's like I've just been noticing that more and more. The 4 hour is always cleaner than the 1 hour to me. And the higher time frames are always, where you want to go for. But NASDAQ did not reach Friday's high yet either, I don't think. No. So it's actually I'm going to be happy. I'll be happy if we reach this 4 hour point of interest, 5671. And for NASDAQ, where is that? 20,071. If we reach this before taking Friday's high, I'll be happy, because then that means this liquidity hasn't been taken yet. And for me, this is pretty likely an area for the bulls, like for us to hold, because we've been holding this bullish structure. And yeah, I'll look for a market structure shift within here to take out that high. And if not, if that doesn't work out, then that just means, yeah, we're gonna come back into the range, and I'll just have to reassess that. But for me, I'm also bullish along with the chat. I mean, me and the chat are on the same page a lot of the times. The question is though, what is today? It was Thursday. Do we have any high impact news today? Any red folder news coming up 10 or anything? No. We have Trump
Yeah, there's
speaking at
some 10 a.m. data. Yeah. Yep. So let me read something real quick to you.
oh
So
no.
Trump's trade announcement with the UK will be limited in scope, heavy on future commitments, and leave the existing 10% universal tariffs in place. A U.S. and UK official tell. Tracy put that in the chat, and she said this 10 a.m. presser makes it even more important. So you're right, Tanya. The 10 a.m. presser with Trump gonna be market moving.
Oh boy. Okay. That's gonna be crazy. Nah, I gotta mentally prepare for that. Yeah, I just like put up the calendar and I'm like, oh shoot. It's funny how they put orange folder for that. It's absolutely a red folder. But yeah, so well, I'm definitely gonna be watching that at 10. I'll have that on in the background because pretty much anything he says can move the markets. Because if he says anything that's unexpected, if he changes his stance on anything, like you said, tariff talk, yeah, that can totally change the whole market structure. And as we've seen, right? As we've seen that when we were near those lows, when we were at those quarterly levels, when we got that announcement about reversing some tariffs, yeah, what a ripper that was, insanity. So that was totally shifted our structure. It started to grind back up higher. Um, so well, that's my outlook is like bullish, however, cautious because of the 10 a.m. Speech. And chat, you and me are very similar today. I mean, most days too, actually. It's just kind of funny, which is cool because honestly, we've been pretty dead on for the past couple weeks. Um, so yeah, I mean, what's tomorrow? Do we have any high impact news for tomorrow? No, it's just a lot of Fed speakers tomorrow. Wow. All right.
A lot of them.
All
Yep.
right, and you guys
They
see my
stacked them up now that we came past the FOMC meeting where they're stacking Fed speakers for us. Great.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 Fed speakers tomorrow from 5:55 a.m. to 7:45 p.m. All right. Um, okay. Um, I mean, everybody could just see that was my real-time reactions to seeing that all those speeches are happening. Basically got to be nimble. We're going to see how we react at those swing highs and swing lows, how we react at that 4 hour point of interest. Then I'll look at the 5 or the 15 and look for spot shifts. I'm not gonna, that's my rule, you guys. I don't like it if it's a 4 hour and then I'm just waiting for a 1 minute shift. I'd rather wait for more confirmation because a lot of times the 1 minute you can get lost. It could be just retracing a little bit on into a 15-minute bearish structure. So that's why I'd rather I pair the 4 hour and the 15-minute and then the 1 minute after the 15. So, and that's a little tip, but yeah, I mean, like Pharm said, we're in this like consolidation-ish, still bullish. Bulls have the power, but gotta stay nimble because I mean, yeah, this 10 a.m. speech could change everything. Not gonna lie, so we'll see.
Yep. I agree. I think the 10 a.m. time slot today with President Trump coming out and talking is going to be very interesting. At least it's early on in the day, his presser. So, at least from that point, hopefully that's majority of what we hear from them initially today. Who knows though? We'll see. But Tanya, as usual, this is great. One thing I want to point out, it's funny hearing you talk about the 4 hour and how by doing this show has helped you with that. Isn't it funny, Tanya, how by talking through stuff with people and being on live actually helps you see yourself in a better frame as well? It's interesting. I found that it works for me the same way.
Yeah, I definitely think so. It makes him more organized and yeah, and it also instills more confidence for sure. I've been recently sizing up in my sizing also just because I have more confidence in general and more clarity on my process, even more clarity on it. So I do, yeah, I do think that it's been win-win situation for me in that regard as well.
That's awesome. I remember, everybody, Tanya is with us every Monday through Thursday from 9 to 9:15 p.m. She is streaming with us all day on Monday, and of course, she streams on her YouTube channel as well. We love that. I've always got that up as well as the NinjaTrader Live. Tanya, this is your Friday, not mine, like you said before. You're going to be watching me and Pax tomorrow. It's always going to be a hoot when I'm with my big brother Pax tomorrow morning. But we will see you Monday. Have a wonderful trading day and a wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Ciao.
Chat, hit that like button for Tanya. Love having her every day with us for her preparation. Also hit that like button for yourself, as you guys talked about in chat. You don't want to fade this chat. You know, it's really impressive how sophisticated the traders we are that come into NinjaTrader Live's chat every single day and vote. We appreciate you all so much. So hit the like button for yourselves as well. Like I said, man, this poll every day is usually, it's pretty spot on what the day is going to be. The only times I even question it a little bit is when it does get too heavily weighted on one side. Today is kind of there with the bullishness, but we'll see. I mean, I'm kind of bullish myself, so it's like, what do you do? But just something I keep an eye on. Next up, we got my man, trading boxes, Christian. Let's get to Christian. You see all these new tools we've got here, man? You see what's going on at NinjaTrader Live? We've got these intros coming in, rocking the house. Good morning, Christian. How are you?
Hey, Daly. How's it going? Looks great, by the way. Good intro. I love it.
Cool, man. Yeah, it's great to have you here. You heard us talk about President Trump has got a presser at 10 a.m. Going to probably be interesting, likely market moving. You never know. He could say nothing. I doubt it, but it could be. But nonetheless, let's get to you and your market prep for the day, because I know, obviously, with you and everybody that comes on this show, the prep is the most important part because it sets the tone for the day. We know we've got news, so it's segmented out at 10 a.m. But what are you seeing on the charts before we get to that point?
Absolutely. So let's dive right into this. This is a 4-hour. And we have broken out of the multi-day consolidation, what I call a wedge. We're now into that first higher high structure. Pulling back, well, we hit this 57.18 zone right under prior week high in ES. In NQ, we right under prior week high as well, 254. We're now pulling back to create that first 9 MA higher low. If you guys sort of been watching me, I'm a heavily focused on trend structure. So what we ideally want to see out of this, I know we have news at 10 with Trump, but if we can continue to hold this higher low structure, we can set up another attempt in the RTH session into prior week high. Do we reject there? Do we hold? We'll have to wait and see. But that is the ideal main structure. Due to where we are and due to the potential news that we can have, if we're not able to hold this breakout into 5660s, 70s in ES, and for NQ, the more of a 40 to 80 area right here, if we can't hold that, then we are most likely going to experience a failed breakout. And then at that point, price can traverse all the way back down to yesterday's failed breakdown, the prior day low. And then we'll have to reassess what happens there. But here's a 4-hour. Essentially, higher time frame is saying, hey, we're attempting to break out of this whole range. However, we have broken out of this wedge, right? This internal structure within that overall range. Now, here's the hourly on both ES and NQ. We are also, we had an hourly 90-minute uptrend. We're pulling back. We're now into this prior day high here in light blue and into the 2050 EMA area. This is typically that main support once an initial trend structure ends. The higher high, higher low, second higher high. This trend ended when price reverted back into this 2050 EMA. So the structure from here says that we can hold and now create a consolidation like this in order to set up that next breakout higher, which would be that next 4-hour push higher. If it were to fail, then we can push back down into 5660s, 5670, where we do have that line in the sand, where at that point, if that gives up, then we do experience or confirm a failed breakout, and we just move back down. NQ, a little bit of the same. We are starting to possibly create a consolidation here. Now, because we're still holding prior day high, we want to sort of say, hey, there's a higher probability at the moment that we can sort of ping pong in this sort of new wedge structure. If we do give that up into the open overnight highs, and then from there that we continue this consolidation into 10 a.m. news, which probably makes the most sense. And then from there, we do get a breakout into new highs or back down, and then we potentially get sort of like a heads up at a potential failed breakout. So my trade here is along, and I'm looking for that potential bounce, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, it's definitely have to be careful into the 10 a.m. news.
Got it. Yeah, we see you got a trade on already. Again, thanks for laying out the groundwork for what you're looking at coming into the day. And I say this every week with you, and I'm always going to say it because I think it's extremely important, especially as you have new people coming in and tuning in each and every week, watching everyone's different styles. Again, watch Christian's execution. It's so important how great of an executor he is of his strategy, and really take notice to how every day he puts in scenarios. And he doesn't live by them, but he draws them up. And we've talked about this, Christian. So this way you have an idea of what you're looking for potential for the day, but it helps your homework resonate with you. To me, it has a deeper impact for when the market gets live. And remember, trading is an in-the-moment decision. As things happen and they move quickly, you see something, it's resonated with you more from your homework, and you're better to react in the manner you wanted to in those moments. And so I love that you do that. I think it's fantastic, and I look forward to your sessions every Thursday. All right, everybody. That's it for me today. I will be back tomorrow with PAX. Hit the like button for my brother, Chris. We'll be in chat, supporting you, talking with you throughout the day. Remember, during the 10 a.m. presser, you will see down in the middle of the screen, you will see what is coming out with headlines from Tracy throughout the morning, and so she's already continuing to put stuff in the chat as well, so just make sure everyone's aware of that. And that's it. All the best, my brother. Have a great session.
All right, Daly, you take care. What's going on, chat? Faina, how's it going? Always good to see you on Thursdays. Yes, it is Disciplined Thursdays. So we have 10 a.m. news. We have to wait and see if we do get that push up. Typically in these sort of structures, when we're breaking out of a 4-hour wedge, again, I brought up that 4-hour higher low. This could be that, right? We don't have confirmation. We're not really moving at the moment, but we did come down into that area of support that I wanted to look for a buy. We did get my entry set up. We did get if you guys remember, some of my entry sort of requirements are some either a delta divergence or RSI divergence. We did get RSI divergence here. We got a new low in price. RSI made a higher low. So at the moment, into that push lower was sort of back testing the prior day high and that first area of support that I wanted to see hold. We got some divergence. I put a long on, and I'm just waiting here. It might be a slow morning only because this 10 a.m. news is really important. So, hey, Michael. Explain my strategy. I like to call myself an hourly trend trader. I look to participate in hourly trends, and then I look for 2 or 5 minute entry setups to manage risk, put on a position and manage risk on a lower time frame, and then potentially capture that hourly move. Oh, you're right. I should be doing market. But yeah, I'm an hourly trend trader. I I have both a directional setup and a mean reversion setup. Mean reversion in case there are ranges that we're in, but also to buy pullbacks. Like the entry that I have here, this is a mean reversion entry. I'm buying a pullback on a lower time frame. I'm buying a pullback in a lower time frame as the larger time frame either consolidates or pulls back, and we get a bounce back up. Like yesterday, we had a big failed breakdown into prior day's low. I bought that prior day low with a mean reversion setup, which is a reversal of the 9MA downtrend. And we reversed back up. My directional setup is more of a wedge structure. And it's when we form acceptance into support or resistance, that helps me avoid any, or that helps limit any failed breakouts or failed breakdowns that I go through, that we may experience in breakout trades, right? Or breakdown trades. So if you wait for acceptance at a key area, then you can bring down those potential stops and really get in alignment with the trend, wait for the acceptance, wait for the consolidation to take place. And then if that breakout happens, participate in that and see if the trend develops. Thanks, Larry. And then I look for R multiples. For exits, I look for R multiples, and then the next sort of hourly zones as exits. We're a little bit sideways here. We have 4 minutes into the open. We're still consolidating here. There's a potential to make a new low here, which of course would not want to participate in. But we got the setup that I wanted, so we'll have to see. I am concerned for a potential failed breakout, so if that does take place, I'll be looking to turn to the downside and look for a short. But at the moment, we just don't have that acceptance. See how the 5 minute looks over here. We're still trying to hold that prior day high. Like we pushed down very aggressively here around, when was this? An hour before the open. We pushed down aggressively and then reverted back up. A little bit of a choppy pre-market. Thanks, Larry. Yes and no. I do keep an eye on those. Price respects trend structure very well, and these lines do help, but most of my entries are not trend line specific. All right, we have 2 minutes into the open. Let's see if we can get a pop then. And especially if we can hold the gap up. If we cannot, then that's probably going to open up a potential failed breakout, which I'm really considering here. I can decide that into 10 a.m. At the moment, we're still into that initial support area that I wanted to see hold. And, closer to 10, if nothing really has happened, I will probably close it. So here, either I probably get stopped out or we do get a RTH pop. But look, it's never too early to start liking the stream, guys. Show Ninja some love. Yeah, Trump is speaking in 30, and we have to be aware of that. All right, let's see if we can hold this gap up. If not, we'll take a stop. Would be the third lower low on the 15-minute. Tempting. ES a bit stronger at the moment. Means probably cyclicals are a bit stronger. Software strong. Equal weighted, strong. Financial strong. They're, all sectors are strong. I definitely can see financials are a bit stronger. All right, let's see what we get. Trump is supposed to be making an announcement on a deal with another country. Looks like I'll be getting stopped out here if we don't move. So if we're not going to hold here, then I'm going to have to wait for a setup. All right, so we're breaking lower. Let me take this off. We're still pulling back. NQ's weaker. Oh, look at that nice drop. If we're not going to hold this first area of support, then we can really backtest that breakout. But it's just a wait and see mode at the moment now for me until I get some structure. Um, Pretty big divergence here between ES and NQ. The tech's not loving this. ES is still holding, so we have a divergence there between both. Take care, AB. We're still into that support area. guys, if it turns into a failed breakout, I think that would be the pretty much the top of this reversal uptrend we've been on since April 22nd. And that would start with this 4-hour wedge breakout failing. Again, 56.71. All right, let's see here. Okay, so we've got a look at this divergence here. Let's see if we can hold and then set up a 2-minute, 90-minute reversal here. And if we do form that here, I will take another shot at a reversal, and it'll be my last one in this area before I look for acceptance into too short. Like there's no, since we're still in the support area that per my approach, there's no form of acceptance down here for me to consider a directional short. So at the moment, I can't join in this. Unless we hold this and move back. Yeah, this 90-93 area, Fina, is really that area that we wanted to see hold in ES. So far, it bounced into it and rejected. We did hold it on that first initial pullback pre-market somewhere over here, right here. Failed breakdown below it, reclaimed it, and then got the pushback higher. So we sort of need something like that here in ES to really see that similar, and we get that sort of higher low on this hourly or 4-hour structure, right? If we don't, then we are just going to continue lower. Can anyone make the argument why we don't head back under 20K? I think once this initial uptrend from April ends, we can easily move back below 20,000. Oh, 20,000 is only 100 points away. Yeah, this breakout would have to fail to get back below 20,000. What really has to fail is 40s to 80s area. That was the initial sort of resistance, more like 30 to. All right, now we got new lows in ES both confirming a lower structure. So under 93 in ES, Next area of support is 68. 60 to 68 on an NQ. It's this 80s zone here. I would say 40s to 80s. So as we pull in there, let's see if we can get some buyers to step in. We have some RSI divergence here at these lows. I'm going to consider another reversal here. If we could get a 2-minute 9 MA lower high. But so far, just a small push lower into the open. And we're bouncing back up. $15-minute ES has RSI divergence. All right, let's see how this initial bounce looks. I want to see how this rejection here. You know, I may trade ES only because it's stronger. We have a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. What takes place here? We might just stay sideways into 10 a.m., 7 a.m., 7 a.m. my time, 10 a.m. news. Yeah, ES is stronger. We have 5-minute RSI divergence as well, and ES. Delta, downward to flat. See, if we get a break above this last lower high, then we can trigger a reversal. We might just stay sideways to 10 a.m. We can just wait until Trump. $15 minutes. Yeah, let's just do that, guys. He's deciding to buy Europe. Just gonna wait. But we're still into that initial support area. We are below some important zones, 56.93 in ES. $130 area in NQ, which was the sort of support. Let me share here. So we need to reclaim this area here. And then we can try an attempt back up higher. But while we do that, lower, we can't really reclaim this. We back tested it and it's pushing down lower. All right, at this point, I'm just going to wait for Trump to speak. There's no reason to try and get in something 10 minutes before. Until news, can you talk on your overall strategy? So essentially, if this is the larger time frame uptrend, what I'm looking for is an internal or lower time frame, lower low, lower high, lower low, into this main area of support. And then on a 2 minute or 5 minute, I'm looking for an entry setup to help me participate in this push up higher. So I'm looking for reversals into this area, which is support of a larger time frame pullback in a lower time frame downtrend. And as that lower time frame turns, I am looking to get long in a downtrend, the opposite, in a range bound market. If this is like a multi-week range, then I'm looking for a short into here or a long into here. So for example, we've been in this past week, we've been in a range. Yesterday, we moved down below prior day low and we had a failed breakdown. So yesterday I had a long down here, probably an hour before the close, and I bought that. Guys, this might be a failed breakout, and that is super bearish for the market on the daily structure. A 4-hour failed breakout, failure to hold, will mean we push this uptrend from April is over. Leo, what's going on? Leo the tiger, everybody. All right, we have news in 10 minutes. That was a solid rejection from the 130s. ES could not break back above. And it's looking like it's confirming a failed breakout. And that's going to mean, so on a failed breakout, what I'm going to want to be looking for is a 1, 2, 3, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 main. So we're moving into the 4-hour. Let me bring this over. We're moving into the 4-hour 9 AMA here. So this scenario is done. We're now back testing that 4-hour 9 AMA area in yellow, and this essentially a breakout of the sort of consolidation. It's like an internal structure. We are similar for NQ. This is the internal structure that we're breaking out of. We're pulling back to back test that, both that and the 9 AMA. So if we don't get something like this on the news here from Trump, then we're going to confirm a failed breakout. And at that point, when you typically get a failed breakout from a range, even though we are in a larger range from here to here, price will easily traverse back through that consolidation into the other side. So if we do get a failed breakout, there's no reason why we can't push back into 5,600 or 700 in NQ. But it'll be this news that really give us that clarity. Curtis. 56.71. Yeah, it's a good level. I have 68 as that support area, which is stepping into that breakout. But right now, the action is very heavy to the downside. See this breakdown. All right, we have 7 minutes. We're into the third lower low on the 15-minute. So this is really for my style, a good setup for a reversal, because third extensions are usually the end of a move. Let me bring this over. You can see that we are in a lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low. Same for NQ, third lower low. So this usually marks an end of a trend into the third lower low or third lower high. But we have to wait for news. It can be extremely volatile. Tesla's back up. Nice, Curtis. I'm not gonna do anything into the news, guys. It's we have 5 minutes here. Possibly. Is Ninja allowed to play the Trump speech during live? I think we have. I think Leo played it before. I mean, you just go to YouTube and you can find it. This is something I essentially take, but I can't trade in front of these news. Yeah, I can't. I think I mean, there's a probably that we shoot straight up. We have 3 minutes. This would be my long right here. That's a bit annoying. I'm just gonna have to let this go, guys, but this would be my long here. We're back testing that breakout area as Trump is about to speak. I mean, that I would not be surprised if we get a bounce straight up. But look, it's just one trade out of the next 1,000. So just have to be okay with that and wait. Yeah, another will come. So we just have to wait and see. Umar, that's not my stop has to always be at the low of when I'm taking a reversal trade, just because that is where the parameters of my strategy tell me to consistently execute. Making a discretionary decision outside of that system because of the potential thing that could happen in the markets is really not something that I can do over 100 trades. Yeah, I mean, like it's not a sustainable approach. What is for me is to follow the exact parameters of the strategy that I created, and win or lose, it's just one trade out of the next 1,000. And my job is to identify those areas that are highly probable for where the reversion has the edge. So that's why I can't get long and then put a wider stop. Essentially, what that can look like for me is going to like the 15-minute or the 30-minute and following that structure versus a 2-minute or 5-minute. But all right, guys, we have a minute here. How many seconds do we have? Oh, okay, he's starting. Let's see what happens. I do have, you know what, I'll watch over here on my own, the news feed. to see what he says. We're holding. We held. He's not even on yet. I'm watching the stream. Yeah, he hasn't started yet. But essentially, my entry would be here because at this point, the downtrend ends. My stop goes at the lows, and then I look for a reversion back up. This is that 40s to 80s area that I highlighted in the morning plan. And you can see this is that sort of area. And now we're pushing back up. And I remember how I brought up that we were into that third lower low on the 15-minute where that trend ends. So this is both combined. I don't have a YouTube channel, Faina. I do have a private group that I share the strategy with and a whole educational library. And I recently started streaming once or twice a week, just for like the first hour or so, first 2 hours maybe, just to sort of walk everybody through it. But no YouTube for me. So we're getting that reversal. Again, I highlighted 15-minute, third lower low. Okay, that completes usually the downtrend in this case. And we're sort of seeing that. We're seeing that reversion back up. Now, we also got a 2-minute trigger, and it's the 9-minute downtrend ended. So we have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, reversal, right? So a 15-minute end to that downtrend on the third lower low, and then a 2-minute end to this downtrend to then trigger a 2-minute reversal at the bottom of that 15-minute downtrend, right? So I'm combining multi-time frame trend structure to help me identify into a support area. So this is that support area. And then in ES, if you guys remember, it was the 5668, 5660 area. So, pretty much that's a plus setup for me. But I think I've avoided, there's nothing wrong with avoiding a trade into news because you don't know if you're going to get a news spike that will push down, you get stopped out and then push back up. I've gone through those and it happens, but it's, like Faina said, it's disciplined Thursday. So we have to be disciplined and not front run news. But I mean, everything's there for my entry. Did he start? Not yet. Like if there's something you guys get out of this is when a trend completion is done into a larger time frame, you can get a lower time frame entry setup into where you're combining the end of that trend into an area of support. And then you look for a 2-minute or a 5-minute entry. I thought it was Thirsty Thursday. Back in college, it was. Not anymore. I don't even drink anymore. I haven't touched a drink in 5 years. ever since my second transplant. I see my setup right now to go long, but I'm not taking it. Yeah, it's a bit tricky here. You know, if our title is risk manager, we need to manage the uncertainty of this event. And that means no possible trades. Kane's here. He's on Wednesdays. How do I define my levels, such as the green bar? So these are hourly support and resistance levels. And these are based on prior historical price action that over the years I've been able to identify as what its support and resistance. And so I plot them based on some other factors that would just take too long here to discuss. But these hourly zones help me understand who's in control, right? When we failed to hold this 240 zone, we were moving back where? To this next hourly zone. Now, if we're able to hold this hourly zone here, we can push back up. If we fail, we push back down to 930s. So it helps me understand who's in control along with the trend structure that I follow. So now that the 90-day downtrend has ended for both ES and NQ, so let me just highlight that here. Oh, I don't want that. We can now get a consolidation like we're getting now, and that can look a little bit like a wedge. And this is a consolidation that happens on this time frame in order to create the next 9MA trend, this prior downtrend, right, in yellow. When this downtrend, as this consolidates, the 9MA in yellow will flatten out. So you see how in the prior trend it was sort of downward. It can flatten out, and then we either get a breakout, a reversal back up, or a continuation lower into that 20,000 area. And there are a little bit more specific rules, but so we're attempting a new low here from this sort of flag. And what you now want to see is a low, lower high, and then a push lower to move lower. If that fails, then you can get a reversal. So everything's like a if then else. Let's see if he's speaking. He has not spoken yet. So we just got to wait it out. At least he knows how to get off and on stage. So as we're back testing this breakout here, what we want to see is some acceptance. Acceptance for me is a long sideways consolidation to confirm that we're not going to be able to bounce out of here and set up then a breakdown short. But that can take an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, because it's such a big level here. But if Trump said something, then we can easily break through that, right? This is where sort of technicals don't matter when they matter, but we can easily break through a level that you think is support or resistance. He hasn't gone on yet. I'm looking at my news feed. I don't see anything from him. Nothing on YouTube. Let's see what we... The link for Fox News is live. Yeah, but he's not on yet. We're still waiting on him. And as the market continues lower. So we're back into that breakout here. This fails, guys, and the market is in, from a daily structure, we are probably seeing the end of this uptrend from April, right? This push up higher here, because we have a... I wish I could draw on this. Well, I'll draw, but we have a higher high, higher low, second higher high, second higher low, attempt into a third higher high, failing. So if that's failing and we're moving lower, then we're going to see a daily push back down. And this will probably mark the high of that push higher in markets that we've seen over the last few weeks. That's a... Well, look, one of my trade ideas was to short the 57.18 or the 250s in Incube, but look at what time that was. At 4 a.m. in the morning for me. So one of the things about my trade is I wait for entries in, specific locations, and the 57.18 area here, that's like an A+ short opportunity. So you can imagine how much I have to wait to take a trade like that. The long I tried earlier was a back test of that initial sort of first support down. Didn't hold. We couldn't hold 56.93, and ever since then, we've been sort of in a downtrend. Continuation lower, but we're still waiting on Trump. I don't want to take a trade into his speech, but he hasn't even started yet. Yeah, he hasn't started yet. Maybe they're selling it for him, not for him, but maybe, for when he goes on, it's a perfect sort of reversal structure. I mean, the 15 minutes extremely oversold. Thanks, Tracy. Tracy's going to post when... Hi, Patty. Tracy's going to start posting when he starts speaking. The best trade agreement. The best in the history of all trade agreements. The second you click the button, Trump will pronounce... Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you're trading this, good for you. You're making money if you're short. I have to wait it out. It's already been 15 minutes. Well, look, guys, whether you could have made money or not, I think what's more important over a sustainable career is to be more conservative into a news event. Sure, you can be aggressive right after, and now that you're getting that expected move, but you just never know what you're going to get right into that event. So from here, you want to see a lower low, lower high, and then push lower. If that fails, then probably shoot back up if Trump starts speaking. If not, then we can move lower. But we're reaching some pretty oversold areas on the 15-minute that it would sort of make sense for us to get a reversal back up. Yeah, it's the market reaction that you're sort of watching for. What he says is relevant to the market. So we're getting that bounce to get a lower high. I think for me, this is pretty straightforward. If it fails to put in that lower high and push back down, then at that point, you can sort of get a change in structure where it can bounce back up. But with Trump speaking, it's a no trade area for me. Still waiting here. I really like the long. Like it. I like it a lot. Maybe something like this. Yeah, what's going on with him? I thought he would be on by now and we could get going with our day. Nothing yet. Yeah, hold a nothing burger. That's what we're seeing, a nothing burger. So ES is a reversal here. And this is something that, again, I mean, I've probably said it a lot of times, right? But we're into that 15-minute third lower low here. So for those in my group, you're watching, look, we're in the third lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low in both ES and NQ as we backtest the breakout. You know, we should know by now what that means. And then we have a 2-minute here that is attempting to reclaim and reverse, but I'm just not going to take it. And, you know, there's going to be times like these, and you just have to be okay with it. You know, if we're day trading, you can imagine the opportunities that come on a daily basis. Like yesterday's prior day low reversal, that was a big A+ reversal setup for me. And here's that something similar here, and we're getting that reversal. So, you know, this is it though, right here. This is it's pretty annoying. So look, what we now get, we're not moving lower, right? So we had this sort of consolidation here. And then we are lower low, lower high, we didn't push down to create a new lower low on the 2-minute. Oh, is he on? This price action looks a little bit funky. No, not yet. Not yet. So the next structure, now that this sort of downtrend has ended, is again for us to find a swing high up here and then form some sort of consolidation. Find a higher low, lower high, maybe, right? Maybe we don't get that. Maybe we get an aggressive consolidation, something like this, higher high, higher low, a little bit tight here, and then a breakout, right? That would be another wedge structure that we have. And this is just an aggressive sort of consolidation that then breaks out higher. But until we can really see that, we don't want to. Is he going on? But yeah, the price action is very sticky to the downside, guys. We're into that support area, though. From a trend perspective, we're also at the end of that downtrend on the 15-minute. On the hourly, we are just entering oversold. Here's the hourly here. See, we're back testing in ES, this breakout. In NQ, also the same here. So you can say higher time frame backtest of this internal consolidation, which was this sort of 2-day range here. So you have an hourly backtest of that, hourly 4-hour, same thing. And then you have a 15-minute trend completion. Okay, so I'm sort of walking you through my thought process here since I'm not able to get in a trade. You have a 15-minute trend completion, lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low into a strong area of support where we now need to form acceptance or consolidate in order to have that energy in trend wise, right? Like we exerted a lot of energy going from this down to this main area of support, right? So now this needs to sort of ping pong, maybe even reverse if we go in an uptrend, but ping pong in order to create energy for a sustainable move back lower if we are going to confirm a failed breakout. But because of that, and because we're into strong support, you then say, okay, The environment is still bullish because we have not confirmed a failed breakout. From a trend perspective, we are sort of back testing a breakout and we're seeing a end to the 15-minute downtrend. And then from a setup perspective, where your model, right, where you have defined rules and parameters that you follow, you look to see, okay, this is a consolidation that started a new 90-minute downtrend, created a lower high, and it's attempting lower. Okay, if that 90-minute downtrend ends on a smaller time frame, then you are seeing now the end of this 2-minute downtrend into support, into the end of a 15-minute reversal. And to me, that's an A+ opportunity. Now, it may not work out. I may take a stop, but I will take this every day. Like this is that for me. Let me read through some of those questions. Oh, you can. Cool. I'll look into that, Axel. Thanks. Trump moves his speech to 10:30. Well, that's in 3 minutes. We've already been waiting. I would not be surprised if we bounce back up, guys. Like this is everything that I've shared. It is that, but at least you're seeing what an A+ setup is, or A+ opportunity is for me. And due to something that I can't manage, which is the uncertainty risk of news or events, I have to skip this opportunity. Right. And I'm okay with that because there's plenty of opportunities during the week. And then there's opportunities where I not only am day trading my day trade account, but my swing account, and I'm putting on some minis to swing for the day or for the next day and a half. Right. So it really doesn't faze me anymore that I'm missing a trade or missing an opportunity, because, when I had a big April, I was extremely aggressive on that big gap down on April. When was it? April 9th. Remember that Monday? I was super aggressive then. And that was a big single. That was probably my best day of the year. That single day. Guys, I was in QQQ calls, zero expiration, from $2 and something to $14. I was in NQ futures. I was in TQQQ for the swing account. So it's just about where you identify these areas. The only caveat to the 3 lower lows would be on a trend day. No, Chris? Yes or no? We could have that sort of trend structure in a mean reversion move where we are sort of in a range, and that trend structure from the highs to the lows was completed into the end of support. So now I was looking for that wedge structure. Whoa. Maybe something like this. But ES is leading the move higher. It's already near 1R. Not surprised if we bounce back up. All the requirements were there. Mark, thank you. Yeah, I pretty much just walked you through how I planned the trade. It's in alignment with my morning plan. If you guys remember what I was discussing, look, I'll bring this back up here. Scenario 2 was to get a back test of this breakout in ES. Scenario 2 for NQ, same thing. So I'm planning these scenarios, right? These scenarios for the day, and then I'm applying a 3 sort of pillar approach: environment, trend structure, and setup, in order to help me always stay aligned with the trend, and to help me stay aligned with the environment, right? Buyers or sellers, and then the setup with the specific rules that I follow and requirements that I have, in order to help me capitalize on that potential move that could happen. Curtis, your first comment. So we're now back into that 2-minute 50 EM 2050 EMA cloud, but you can see how we're holding higher now. We're not pushing back down. So to me, that's a sort of a lower time frame form of acceptance. And to me, this is sort of wants to push out higher. So I could go for like a cheat entry here on the break higher here and go for that 130 area. But my entry on this reversal setup was down here, and my stop goes at the lows. And here, this is where you typically wait for a wedge. Yeah, man, I know how you feel. But yeah, this is an A+. Question here, as an account manager, maybe not trading related, what do you do if you suddenly want to retire? Do you have people to hand your customer accounts off to legal? We can talk that another time, Curtis. Can't really go into detail like that. Sorry, buddy. Like, what do you do if yourself you want to retire? Yeah, essentially you would. Yeah, I think in any sort of job, whether you're in sales or, I don't know, there's marketing account managers. You know, you're sort of just a, you know, let's say you're work at a marketing firm and you're an account manager. You're managing the accounts for clients for that firm, right? You're that facilitator. All right, so we're getting that push up higher. Look, guys, I would totally be in this. I'm sorry that I can't. I just have to manage my risk. But everything that I went over in the trade plan, and I just walked down this whole trend structure, right? Like we saw that we're see with the 2-minute reversing. Like this is it. I just I can't trade here. We've been waiting. It's been 30 minutes. It's a yeah, you know, it is what it is. But here's the move that I was expecting, where my entry was. We're getting into 1R here. I liked for partials into 1.6 to 2R, which is this sort of area here in red. So look, if you're long this, cool. The trade deal has been announced with the UK. Just look at this bounce, look at this hourly here, right? Scenario 2, back test the breakout and bounce. We're seeing that. This is no longer needed. We're seeing that scenario 2 bounce from the breakout, and all is good in the world. And then I would essentially be looking for this 130s area for first partials. Not necessarily, Curtis. Well, look, guys, if you guys are long, you guys are getting paid. Don't forget to bless others with the gains that you make. All right, that's what this is all about. If we're able to change our lives slowly, we have to turn back to help others. All right, so we hit 1R. ES is much stronger. It's already above the 50 EMA here in red. NQ facing some resistance here at the 50 EMA. But here's the sort of breakout. Curtis, I know. But look, when you have a systematic, consistent approach, and I like to think I have that because I am consistently aligning with the trend. And you can just imagine all the opportunities that you have in these trend movements. It's just one trade out of the next 100. Right. And hopefully a lot of you guys have areas in the market where you know really well. And if not, I would encourage you guys to spend some time creating a educational library. I have done that for myself that I've shared with the group, where I just have hours of videos, hours of screenshots and documentation highlighting, over 100 examples. How does price move at the entry, around the entry, before the entry, to help me understand the different variations of what a reversal can look like? There's many ways that a reversal can look like and play out, right? How does it look when it fails? How does it look when it has followed through and it pushes out higher? Gary, that's for I have a group that I teach my approach to. You can send me a message on Twitter if you like, or X. And I can share more about the group, but this to me is just sideways action now. But you can see that we did hold that support, that back test. So now, as long as this holds, we want to see sideways to higher. Okay. Fat fish. Look, guys, it's just sideways now. But that was a oh, Faina, ES is holding a 5-minute fair value gap. I know you look at those. But there's some bearish ones above. Let me erase this. So it pretty much would be half size in my trade. I would have taken some off into the 50 EMA, probably like 1.2 R. And then at that point, my trade is risk free. I take half off, sometimes a third only when I'm feeling really bullish, just because I like to pay for my risk, and then I can let the trade sort of work itself out. So what I do actually is I like to put my size a little bit higher. That way, when I pay myself for that first partial and I sort of finance my risk, the half that is left is my original size, right? So I can now have sort of a half size, but in reality, it was my original size that I wanted to trade with. And that way I can just ride that into whatever move I get. But unfortunate, we were waiting most of my time here, guys. Apologize for that. But I did take a long on the first area of support, which was a good opportunity for me. It failed. This was my next area of support, and it sort of so far hit 1R and is now consolidating. But it's very, very hard to consistently take trades when there's an event like this, right? I can't. When you sort of look at the consistent approach that you look for trades, but I'm glad some in the group got the reversal. But I'll be looking once we do break out of this, and maybe Trump does speak, I'll be looking to trade that with stuff from trade after my session here. It'll be night news at the rate we're going. Yeah, most likely. But look, at least this was a educational stream for me. Hopefully you guys got something that you can take with you into your own trading. Can we get into QQQ calls based on this? Based on my approach? Is that what you're asking, or based on the news that we're gonna have? It's either the 2 minute or the 5 minute. Fix it, because when VIX is a little bit lower, I do focus on the 5 minute. And when VIX is higher, I look to trade the 2 minute. I will say probably 75% of my trades are on the 2 minute, just because I'm able to identify a internal structure of the 5 minute sort of setup that I'm looking for. And that allows me to put on a higher size. Yeah, Curtis, guys, like the stream. Got to show some love for Ninja. You're seeing all the guests that they're rolling out with on a daily basis. There's Ninja. Guys, hit that like. Let's get that to 350. We got 20 minutes to get to 350. Hey, no worries, Furlax. I feel like your name is Phil, but then you also maybe like the name, like the Pokemon Snorlax, so you put Furlax together. Listen, we can't get Leo mad now, okay? If that's Sav back there, he's gonna want to keep his title. This has helped me understand a bit more about being patient, sticking to my rules. The rules are what make us good traders and hopefully great traders. We the rules are there for a reason, right, guys? It's so important to follow them. Especially, look, right now, the biggest thing that I can say is that as you're trading either prop money, right, or your own personal account that may be lower account balance, right, doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's a small account, but a relative, right, it can mean that. The biggest thing that I can tell you is that you want to master the rules as you're starting out, because as you increase size and as you get into larger trades, right, you go from $100 trades or 3 figures to 4 figures to 5 figures, 6 figures for some of you. You know, that's where the rules really matter. When you put on 20 contracts, that's where the rules matter. And that's where you need to have confidence in the rules that you created. And if you don't have that, then you can't really trade that size consistently, sustainably. All right. So I can tell you from experience, it's an adjustment that takes time, an emotional adjustment, right? If you may not have come from money, like I didn't come from money, but through my period in this world, I've been able to trade larger accounts, and you know, I've gone through a drawdown. I think my biggest drawdown has been 600,000. So, but that was made up. But you need those rules there. He still hasn't gone on, guys. So this was more of an educational stream. But I mean, this is the trade that I would be in right now. I would have taken half off there, and I'm just sitting waiting for either to get stopped out or we eventually push back up and higher, right? But this is it. We're into support. I mean, I keep repeating myself, but hopefully it helps some of you. Yeah, that'd be great. I think eventually, no, real money. I think eventually there'll be some combined streams with people. You know, the show is young, guys. There's just a lot going to happen. You feel like right now is a really difficult time to learn the rules. It's so volatile. Yes and no. If you create rules around the volatility that we're experiencing in the environment, it means that you are adapting. It means that you are adapting to the environment and creating rules that are respected in that environment. Eventually, you're going to have to adapt and create rules for a low VIX multi-month uptrend type of environment, right? So looks like we're going to move into Niels, but he hasn't spoken yet. Pretty this, you know, the 15 minutes that we were waiting for Trump to speak turned into an hour, guys. How do I determine my exits? That's a good question. So my exits are a combination of two things. One, my first consideration is the R multiple of my entry, right? The standard deviation away from my entry and my stop, which you can see here in gray is 1R. This next red line is 1.6R, and then this red one is 2R. So I look to take partials into this sort of either 1R if we're like in a very weird environment, or if we're in a big trending sort of we're breaking out of let's say you're breaking out of a 2-week consolidation and you're breaking out higher. Well, you can imagine that the daily candle is going to be a big green candle, right? So I'm going to I'm going to do a discretionary decision to say I'm going to take partials only at 2R or 3R. But it's initially that R multiple. That way I can finance my risk and then sort of keep a half size or 2/3 of a size and then manage that moving forward. Then eventually, because I am looking to participate in an hourly trend, I am looking for these hourly zones that matter. And if you can see here in NQ, that main area of resistance is 20,240s, where we had these overnight highs, these London highs. So that would be like my next target to take partials. Trump is on. I don't see him. So it's a combination of R multiples and then hourly zones to help me. And then what I usually do is I keep runners on if we're in a daily expansion because, yeah, he's not on yet. I don't see him. Yeah, so I'll keep runners on to run on. And I mean, I can capture 10, 15R if we're seeing a true multi-hour, you know, trend higher. I've talked a lot. Let me see if we can get. Oh, Parallax, your name is Chris. Sorry, I thought it was a combination of Phil and then Snorlax. You just never know, you know? People have amazing hobbies, and that may be one of yours. You can reach out on X. Gosh, I wish I could pronounce your name. I'll say your last name. Chirubolo. I hope I said that right. Uh, but look, this initial trade reversal is still alive. Like this is, I would just be in this. Elijah, thanks. Always great to watch you on stream, regardless if you take a trade or not. You be dropping some equality lessons for us. There we go. So we're getting some push up higher. So essentially we created a higher low now. We had a lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high still. We couldn't pass this last high. We have a lower high and then a higher low. So that's a bullish structure. It means we're respecting this support area that I highlighted in the trade plan. Oh, ES did make a higher low here. You see this prior high here? ES made a higher high, and now it's a higher low. So we're essentially now in a, or starting to start an uptrend, and the next move higher should be to this 56.93 zone in ES, and then in NQ should be 130s area. And we're now getting that wedge structure that I highlighted, which is turning into a 5-minute wedge, something like this. I have a lot of drawings off, so let me take some of this off. I'll keep the R multiple. And then we have a higher low here in ES as well. I feel like at this point I could be trading, but we just waited, you know, we just waited and waited. And so now we're sort of chopping around, creating a wedge. If we go to the 5-minute here, we can see a better view of that. And it looks like it's now wants to make an attempt lower. Oh, pretty harsh selling. Is he on now? Still not on. Forget to do this. All right, so then my long here would have been stopped out on the other half. Oh, he started. So I would have been stopped out of that trade. All right, guys, we only waited for an hour and 15 minutes. Can you guys hear that if I play that on my end? I'm trying to listen. This is pretty much what we were trying to avoid, but the trade would have paid for half, and that's all we can do, right? Yes, Chiruvolu. Sorry. Reach out to me on X. We can talk. Trading_boxes. All right, he is on. But let's see. Let me look over some comments since I haven't read some. My time is coming to an end here. I hope it was educational. Could not really trade as we waited for him. And that's just how trading goes. Ooh, Curtis, you want a more sustainable approach. Passing a prop account in a day, cool, fantastic. But can you do that consistently, right? With a proper position sizing? Not really. Tracy says not really a solid deal. It's vague. Market's not impressed. Yeah, clearly not. How's the overall market reacting? Let's see. Yeah, sort of like a red day for a lot of tech stocks. So I think this might be the end of this daily uptrend that we have had from April lows. Wow, PL2R. Beautiful breakout by Hood. Did I miss anything? My time's coming to an end, guys. If you guys have any questions, let me know. If not, we got our boy Stowe coming on in a bit. See, he'll take you guys into the sunset, right? He'll take you guys higher, hopefully.
Hey, Chris, how's it going?
Stowe, what's up, man? How's it going with you?
Oh, it's going okay. Um, yeah, kind of a crazy morning.
Did you trade?
No, I had I had like every technical issue you could possibly think of happen to my
Oh, really?
computer this morning. So yeah, I just now pulled it on and got it working. But yeah, how was your morning today?
One trade earlier didn't really work out, and then it was, oh, let's wait for Trump in 10 minutes. Oh, let's wait for Trump 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes go by, 20 minutes go by, an hour goes by. So I couldn't really press anything because you just never know what's gonna happen when he gets on.
Yep, it's true. Whatever he's gonna say, the market
Yeah,
is gonna
so
react, and then yeah, it's wild.
yeah, we'll see what happens. But my time is coming to an end. Uh, hopefully you can, you get this move here that we're all looking for, and once he's done speaking and make some points for us, all right?
I'll try. We'll see what we can do.
All right, gang. You guys all take care in the chat. Stowe, I'll see you next time, all right?
Sounds
Enjoy your
good, buddy.
sesh. All
Take
right, yeah.
care. All right. Good morning, everybody. How is it going? Um, yeah, just sitting down at the desk, like literally right now. So we can we can take it all in together. Man, I had the weirdest morning ever. Good morning. Good morning, Elijah. Deal in principle. Fair enough. So not a deal? Morning, Tracy. Let's also get some likes in the chat for Chris. I couldn't get my computer to do what it needed to do today, so I wasn't able to watch him trade. I'll have to go back and watch that on replay, but Chris is the best. Okay, so let's start the way that we always do. I see we're selling off. We're below the IB. We've rejected it a couple times. We've got our slope. We're in that bottom standard deviation band. Yeah, just glancing at everything. It's been a pretty bearish trend the whole day. Rechecking VWAP, slope down. Haven't even tested the +1 yet. Okay. Let's go back and look at our overnight. Now that's interesting. So Europe positioning was basically all long. off that 3 o'clock, and obviously this was a giant ramp. So let's see where we're coming back. So this is Globex open down here at 940. Sometimes these Globex moves, when they get really extreme like that and start to get walked back, it's always good to be aware of where that move started. Is that if we want to go back and check this buyer again down here, we might be doing that. So maybe let's keep an eye on the 940s today. But at the moment, I don't see any chance of me taking a long. I don't have much down here. It's the interesting thing about this pivot. I like to use. Well, we can call it a pivot. We can call it whatever. I like to use this European opening range. It's a very clear pivot, and then once we lost it, you see it's retesting the bottom there, and that's where we let go and started that downtrend. So I don't know. I love to look at that positioning. It's always key for me. This is a pretty choppy tape, though. This is some news. Don, I think the Trump bump was last night, and now the truth of it, the market is actually working out what how it feels about it. Okay. Okay. I might try to get, look at that absorption. Might try to get in on this continuation. I'm going to watch up here for a reaction. Crazy. Yeah. What a wild morning. While we're waiting for, oh, let's see. What was that? That was a pretty big lift. I'm just going to get in with 2 here. Try to catch this if it's going to puke. If this was absorption, it's bouncing off the monthly VWAP here. Now, let's scratch out of that. Yeah, monthly VWAP is here at 95. There we go. Whenever I'm trying to catch these continuations, I always like to start with half size, because there, you're right at the edge of where mean reversion could be a thing. So it's okay to take a couple small bites out of it, trying to get a bigger piece. So we'll try again in a second. See what the tape's doing. I mean, the profile looks pretty balanced for as much of a downtrend as that was. So that's a little, that has my head on a swivel also. If this seller is still up here, Need them to show themselves at the moment. That's not bad. That's not bad entry if we're going to get it. No, they pulled off. All right, stopped on a half. Prepared to take one more stab at this. No, not yet. 10% tariff still holds on UK goods. Okay. D, this is NQ. Yeah. Nope, don't like it. All right, cool. Well, sell continuation didn't happen. That's okay. In the meantime, while we wait for a possible trade, let's go over the stats from last week. So these are the stats of every trade that I took on NinjaTrader. This is last Thursday through yesterday, which I think I traded 4 days. So this is 4 days. Let me bring it into the screen. This is as big as I can make this. Maybe a little bigger. There we go. So I hope everybody can see this. This is what if you go into let me show you how to get to it. If you go into your NinjaTrader dashboard, you can look at all this stuff as much as you'd like. You just click New and then Trade Performance. And then this is Trade Analysis. It shows up a little smaller than this. So I've taken a screenshot of it so I can blow it up. But this is what you get. Up here at the top, you can see your P&L, which, is important because we are trying to make money. So we made $2,300, which is good. I haven't been using more than 4 micros at a time. So it's pretty powerful what you can do with, just some smaller size. And I wanted to point that out. A lot of people like to sling a ton of minis and, talk about how minis are better than micros. And there was, especially years ago, there was a lot of micro shaming that went along with that. But they're a very powerful tool, and you can do a lot with, 2 to 4 micros. And that's all I've been trading for the last week. You can check out your Sharpe ratio, your Sortino ratio, all that stuff. The things that I really like to look at here are percent profitable. And I know from my just years of trading and analyzing my own stats, this is where I need to live. I need to be at 50% profitable. Doesn't mean that that's how everybody needs to trade, but this is how I need to trade because this is what I'm comfortable with. Some traders, they can live in a 30% percent profitable world, but that's not me. I got to be 55, so I'm happy with this. This is good. This is right where it needs to be. You can go over and look at your long to short trade ratio, as I've pointed out many times. I'm not really good at selling, and so I took 183 long trades and I took 10 short trades in the last week. So if that tells you something about the way that I trade, some people are going to have the opposite, but this is also good to monitor. If your weakness is shorting, then this should be lower than your strong suit. You can come down here and you can look at your average winning trade versus average losing trade. And this is how you get your average win to loss ratio, which is 1.17. This is a little low. This should be 1.25, 1.35 ideally. It's not. I mean, that's just for me. And I have a feeling that this is from that day that I reviewed on Twitter where I had to take 1,000,000 paper cuts to get on that long trend. And so I was taking a lot of scale outs before I was getting to 1R. So I think my win to loss ratio on that day was like 0.9. So that's probably what's hurting this a little bit. Hopefully throughout the month, this will smooth out and we'll get closer to my target, which is 1.35, 1.5 would be sick, but I don't know. I'm not trying to get too greedy with it. Max consecutive winners, max consecutive losers. This is, you have to think about this like, how much can you afford to lose in a row before your account is at the max loss limit for the day, whatever you set that at, whether it's $1,500, $500. You want to make sure that you're doing the math on your own stats and making sure that your target stat performance can withhold as many consecutive losers as might show up. I've talked about this also on Twitter. I think I did a big thread on it. I'll try to dig that up and retweet it so you can get to it easily. But you can go into, there's a couple of different ways to do it. You can go into there's simulators online that do this for you. And they'll show you, like, if you have a 55% win rate and this profit factor or average win to loss, it'll show you how many worst case scenario max consecutive losers you can have over the course of a simulated 1,000 trades. And you always want to make sure that your bet size, because it's a Kelly criterion thing, or trade risk size is another way to say it, is small enough that you can manage to lose that many consecutive losers in a row. So I've determined that my max bet size should be around $120, sometimes less, but that's why 4 micros with a 15-point stop is what I usually run. So each trade risk max is going to be $120 on that trade. You can continue to go down here. There's lots of cool stuff you can see, like average time in market. This is how long my average trades are, 8.2 minutes. Pretty cool. Yeah, so funny. Let's double check. Let's go back to the market real fast. Make sure it's, oh, nice. This is wild. They might completely reverse this day, which would be good because I didn't want to short today anyways. Oh, thanks. Just another day. We'll get back to the stats in a second, but this seems to be making some moves. I don't want to miss it. Stow Stats was the news event I was really waiting for. Thanks for a minute. I appreciate you. Yeah, fat fish micros are great. Hey, Shab. I'm the worst bear. No one is worse at it than me. I try so hard, but it just does not click. So we're in this distribution here. Yeah, for as down trendy as this has been, it looks like it's trying to be a balanced day. And I mean, sellers were pushing really hard down here, and they didn't get it. So maybe this isn't gonna retrace all the way to those 940s. Brandon, if you go to your all you have to do is go to your dashboard, and you just click new, and then trade performance, and then that window will pop up, and then there will be a little filter at the top, and you just choose analysis, and then if you have multiple accounts, it'll pull those, and you can choose which accounts you want to see it with. You can combine accounts too if you want to see a bunch of different values for multiple accounts if you trade a bunch of different accounts, or just one account at a time. But that's all inside of the NinjaTrader dashboard, which is awesome that they provide that and that it's right there, easily accessible stats. Nice longs, folks. You got it down here. Good for you. That was not for me. I mean, we got these big, look at this. Like, I did not want to get long in the middle of this. And we did come down and retest this kind of. Retested these highs and bounced off of that. I guess that's what this 990 was. Yeah, put the view up on there. See what happens. Went long when it came up through 20K. Nice. Yeah, no problem, Brandon. Hey, Omni. What's up, Omi? Anyways, I'm probably going to look for re-entry down here now that we're... Watch this view up too. Watch these 60s. Let me finish up with the stats again real fast. So again, here's the stats for the week. Yeah, you can look at where we left off here. Average time in market. It's all super interesting. And then long versus short trades. The other thing that's important is average MA versus average MFE. You want your MA to be less than your MFE. If your MA is if your MA is more than your MFE, that probably means that you have a negative expectancy. So this is good. I'm stoked on this. This is actually better than mine usually is. So all in all, this has been a good week. Not just because we made money, but because we stayed on our targets. If I made $5,000, but my win rate was, 80% and my win ratio was, 0.8, that's bad trading for me. Like, I know that I'm not in my process if that's what's going on. So these are the things that I really care about, because the money will come if you stay to your process. And yeah, that's all you need to know. Just stick to your process. The money will show up when it shows up. Try not to think about it. That's my advice. And that has been Stowe Stats, episode 1. Yeah, nice. Yeah, Omni, exactly. So it's like you get to know yourself, and that's part of pulling your own stats and being honest with yourself about what they're saying, because you're in a game of one person, really. I mean, we trade with lots of people, but ultimately your trading is your own personal responsibility. So yeah, no problem. I'm happy to share this stuff. My word. I'm back up here at this inflection point again. Yeah, this is the tricky thing. When you come up to your inflection point that you've been waiting to see, but it's in a really illiquid spike like that, it's really hard for me. I think it's irresponsible for me to try to engage in that. It's clearly being emotional. Uncle Jim will be proud of me. That turkey's on vacation. You think he's watching the show, or do you think he's relaxing, doing something nice? Oh, I forgot to tell him I figured out who could play me in the NinjaTrader movie. It's the Stranger Things kid. Someone pointed that out to me on Twitter that I look exactly like that Stranger Things kid. Hey, Leo. Yep, Elijah, exactly. I don't want to short it. Not until I see something. I mean, this is pretty good exhaustion there, but it's on a bit of a tear right now. Get back at it back down to 2 here. All right, so we're coming up basically to the scene of the crime, right? This is where all the selling started. Right up in here. We're at that European opening range. We're at the OR mid, which is a really good setup that Leo has discovered and shared with anybody who cares to listen. Also, this 142 in general has been an active place. It's an old balance area location that I have marked on my higher time frame chart. Still watching that. I don't want to blindly take it. I mean, it's very good, but I need a seller to show up there. Then I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing price cross the spread to the offer, and they're just running it up. There's a 50 lot guy at 150 here. We'll see what happens. He got filled there. Yeah, it's just like turbo bid. The bid from Doom. D, there was not really a pullback. I mean, I was trying to get a pullback to the 60s. And I mean, this was your pullback right here during that extremely emotional, that super emotional news spike. Hey, Jan, the OR mid trade is so this OR mid is the midpoint of the 5-minute opening range, which is here. So this is the OR high, this is the OR low, and then that is the mid. And the idea behind the trade is it's a good spot to look for continuation if price has spent a lot of time on one side of the OR or another. So in this scenario, we'd be looking for continuation lower because we have put a ton of volume in down here. But it's important that you don't just take a level as a trade. You have to have some sort of activity at that level that makes you want to click the button. I don't just blindly click levels. I need to see some, in this case, I needed to see some initiation from sellers, and they didn't do anything. I don't even think they were around. Price just went straight through that. So also, we haven't touched the pivot yet. That's interesting. Hey, Nil. Yeah, I do. I do mornings. Yep, I do. My typical schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 11 a.m. to noon, and then I'm also on tomorrow morning. I think 11 a.m. also again. I have to check. I have to check the lovely show run schedule that our fine producers put together for us every day. They do so much behind the scenes work to make this happen. It's truly impressive every time. Oh yeah, MA. MAE and MFE. Um, MFE stands for maximum favorable excursion, and that's the highest profit that you could have reached on the trade. And maximum adverse excursion is MAE, and that's the lowest point, the highest loss that could have been incurred on the trade. And the easiest way to explain that is um, if you're risking like $100 to make 25, your May would be 100 and your MFE would be 25, if that makes any sense. And that's an example of a MAE MFE combo that you don't want. you want your MFE to be higher. So over time, you're risking less to make more. Hey Gerardo, the pivot this is the Job pivot. This is an order flow labs tool. Here we are at the weekly open again. Lots of stuff. It's just barreling through. Not a seller to be seen. Not one. You want to trade tomorrow, D, with the Fedapalooza? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. JK, this is, I assume you're talking about this. This is a delta volume profile. And it's set to reset every 60-point rotation. So as you can see, we have now gone up 200 points without a 60-point rotation down. So that's a pretty big reversal. I mean, it's been a straight line up out of this low. It's a very ridiculous day. Let's see, we got the turn here in 1 minute. Ski Matt, don't hate the market. The market's a beautiful thing. The market is a beautiful place. You gotta have love for the market. All right, there's the turn. But no, it hasn't even turned yet. There it is. So more emotional stuff. Again, very, very hard to engage when the tape is doing this. That was a lot of selling. Let me zoom in there. That was a ton of selling right there. And buying, but this is going to be a key point. If that selling gets rewarded. Need to see if this seller is real or what that was. I'm going to try to get in for 2. Just real small. And see if this pushes back above. Yeah, there's like a 100 lot guy showing up. Okay, we got 1 off. Let's just see what happens with that. That was a lot. That was a lot of action. Okay, so we finally got a 60-point rotation down, and we got a reset here. I'd like to be in from down here, but we got our trade paid for there. And let's see if this is gonna continue. If not, I'll get back in. I'll look down here. It was pretty messy. There was a lot. Yeah, I watched a 100 lot guy chase the bid up. That was extremely aggressive. Yeah, well, he likes to talk. He's a big talker. These are the markets that we get when when we have politicians like this and Fed speakers. You know, everybody loves to talk. And then the market likes to react violently. New high would be encouraging. New high would be encouraging. If I keep saying it, maybe we'll get one. New high would be encouraging. Do you guys know what would be encouraging? A new high. Yeah, Jim pointed out that tomorrow's going to be ridiculous. Fedapalooza. I no, Mark, I don't know about the leg to leg on ES. I'm sorry, I don't. Nick might. That might be a good question for Nick. I think out of all of us, Nick probably trades ES the most. Boy, a new high would be encouraging. Can I get some thumbs up in the chat for a new high right now? Yeah, I mean, no reason to get out yet. No reason to get out yet. We haven't taken out. Just go down here and check. Yeah, so overnight low is still very far away. So we have that stat to contend with too. We're making space above the IB, so we've broke the IB too. There's definitely some selling going on up here. It's very two-way though. Oh no, it hit the yearly VWAP? That's interesting. That's always something that see, that was nice. We'll go in, we'll zoom in a little bit. We got some range here, so I don't want to be too zoomed in, but this was good to see. So what I watch for on this delta volume profile. Boy, a new high would be nice. Hello? Just a quick one? Yeah? So what I watch for on this delta volume profile is if we're trying to follow this trend up, we want to see this bid delta come in and be supportive, and we want to see the offer delta, which is blue, be not. Did I get my new high? Nice, I did. I'm going to take that. That counts. It was 1 point, but it counts. And we want to see the offer delta not be rewarded. So here we had bid delta, offer delta that got pushed through, and now more bid delta. Oh, nice. We just reset again. More bid delta came in and supported this. And now we want to see this buying get rewarded and pushed higher. which it's currently doing. That's cool. So now we want to see it continue to be supported. I need to see more bid delta coming in here. Otherwise, that could just be exhaustion, and then I'm gonna get out of this trade because I don't want it to come all the way back and grab me. I'm happy to take these points as they're giving them to me, especially if this is going to be a day where Trump just says something and then the market whips around. I'm a little more base hit focused on days like today. Yeah, fading the pivot. It's never fun. Sometimes you got to do it, but it's never a good time. You trying to short ES, Jeff? Okay. I'm just trading micros, full-time trading. I talked about that earlier. I'm on my max size on this account that I'm doing this stat experiment with is 4 micros at a time. I'm just kind of nipping around with 2 at the moment. This day has been pretty confusing. I'm not confusing, but it's had two different personalities so far. I would call this personality number 1, pretty clear grindy trend day down. Then something happened down here, typically right as I tried to join the trend. Classic market. And then this giant rotation up. So now we're looking at that. So we're on to personality number 2, and we're trying to see how long this one lasts. And then, we'll adjust from there. So we're getting signs that this buying is slowing down. We'll see if it wants to hold the pivot though. Yep. See, there's that bid delta. I need this to be supportive. So that's what we're watching for. Bid delta came in. Support for now. Oh wow, that was actually quite a bit. So someone is just pounding the bid. Somebody just threw in 50 lots at this 185 spot. Yeah, setups do start then stop, Mark. It's true. But I mean, that's true with anything. It's just like, you just got to have a short memory, honestly. Like I tried to short the bottom of this thing all the way down here, like 3 times. So I took 3 half-size stop outs down there. If I was still thinking about that, I'd probably still be trying to short up here, but I'm not, because I saw a big context shift here, like huge. The bid turned on and it is partying, so we got to switch. Almost my target here, 250. So I'm going to watch. Don't want to be a D for a T. And you can Google that if you want. Wow. Loading up the bid. Woo! That is a ripper. Let's see. All right, I'm good. Close enough. Okay. So let's go back and look at that trade. That was pretty good. I'm happy with that. Entry was right here. We were on the right side of the V, which is good. And, we got our break even out there. And then ultimately target We got in at 230 and got out at 235. 63 to 235. Cool. I'll take it. Yeah, it'd be nice to see if they rip this overnight high. I mean, this is relentless. Fatfish, you want 290? Okay. Party on, Wayne. It looks like you might get it in like the next 30 seconds. It's really going. Hey, good job, everybody. Mark, did he really say buy stocks again? Did he seriously say that this is a good time to buy? That's so funny. Party on, Garth. He seriously did. Love it. Some people ask me if this is a good time to buy. They ask me, how has it ever been this good? It's so good. It'll be the best time to buy. There will never be a time to buy this good. People will talk about how good it is. We might have to do something ridiculous. Hey, nice job. You got your 290. Why was 290 your target, Fatfish? You want to tell me? I've got 290 up there too. I wonder why you have it. Yeah, Jeff, sometimes, man, it's just like the thing the thing about levels and targets and why you have to wait to see if anything happens when you get to them is sometimes you'll get to a level like, look at this. This is great. You see this overnight high? The price ripped right through it. Nobody cared. There was no auction here. Nothing. Now, so that's why you don't just short something. I don't anyway. You wait to see a reaction there. And sometimes what happens, there will be no reaction to a level from one side. And then when we come back to the overnight high, we'll watch for a reaction on the other side. And that can get that when a level gets smacked like this and then respected from the other side, that gives me trend confidence too, to maybe take a trade here if we get a pull back to that spot. If we buy now, we will be tired of winning. Yeah. Is anybody ever going to get tired of winning? Is that possible? I guess you could. I guess you could win too much. Yeah, that was a good spot, Leo. Perfect example. So yeah, like Leo said, look at this. On the way up, I don't have the delta for it anymore, but price ripped right through the OR mid, which is this green line, and then came back, touched it, lift off. And also, I love that the OR mid is in that 30-second Europe opening range too. So, I mean, that showed no resistance and then was immediately support. This was a sketchy candle. So that's why I waited to get in until right here. But because the book was vacant. But yeah, now we're all the way up here. Still partying. Lunatismic. Why does it always go higher when I take profit and exit the trade? That probably isn't reality. It just is. It just feels like reality. But that just happens. I mean, you got to take profit when you take profit. I sold at 235. So I left. If I thought about it, I left 80 points on the table here. I don't care. This was my target. 250 was my target, and I saw some sellers come in here, and so I got out. You could also hold this trade until it comes. I mean, it could have come all the way back to my original entry, and I wasn't able to capture those points. So you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. You don't want to start hindsighting yourself, especially your exits and entries, because that's a very a miserable way to live. You don't want to do that, I promise. Trump urges going out and buying stocks now. Okay. Oh man, I love it. So we now have two. This is a good time to buy candles after today. All right, fair enough, fat fish. 290 is last week's um, weekly two standard deviations up on the weekly VWAP where it closed. I like to look at those the previous week closes, previous month closes as well, just for context. I've talked about that. I think Leo and I had a conversation about that on one of our joint shows. Oh, I knew it was going to be Trump versus Powell on rate stuff. I mean, I honestly think that's why he dropped that chip news like after Powell was done speaking. They got a little beef going on. And yeah, sometimes you just got to watch the market leave without you. That's okay too. If you don't have an entry, just cross your arms and chill. Yes, I do, Tracy. I remember that candle very well. Um, that was a crazy day. Do you think? Okay. Trump also said 10% base rate for UK is not a template. It will be higher. Okay. Okay. JK, this is part of the Order Flow Labs suite of tools. You can just go to the website and sign up for the NinjaTrader tools, and this is part of that. There's a ton of amazing tools in there. It's honestly the only thing I've ever been like actively willing to recommend to people, because it's transformed my trading. It's allowed me to trade more freely. Yeah, it's helped me out so much. So if you're interested in it, it's worth taking a look. I'm not sure what the current price is full time trading, but that's on the website, and you don't need to have the order flow NinjaTrader full depth. You don't need level 2 if you don't want it. That's more of a DOM thing. But no, you don't need the order flow license either. Now we're getting some push. Wow. Wow. Do you guys see that? That was a ton. That was a ton of lots that those 290s. I mean, they crossed over and somebody just gobbled up, I don't know, 300 lots. Oh, Lord, I'm going to have to buy this high. It's just orderflowlabs.com, I think. Pretty sure. You can just Google Orderflow Labs also, and I'm sure it'll pop right up. We're gonna press. Wow, another 200 lots. Wow. That is wild. That is wild to me. Look at that. So this is a previous week high here. If this is going to be support, I need to see buyers step back in though. Ah. Seller still on it. Seller still pressing. I need them to flip sides. Time is it? 11:52. Okay. Now we're coming back down to that overnight high. If this is going to truly trend, we're going to hold this balance up here, and this is going to be our new spot. If they lose this and lock it out, like my friend XY likes to say, then that's not good. All right, we saw some initiation there. Try to hop in. Ooh, not good. Seller back on. Yeah, we'll try. I mean, we'll try it. We're just half size. Because again, we're chasing a trend, so it's better to be half size than oversized when you're buying it at an extreme like this. For me, anyways. Ooh, the seller's still up here. I'm not loving it. Need some bid. Yep. You want to cross? What are you guys thinking? No? Sometimes if you talk to the bid, it'll answer you. Boy, a new high would be encouraging. Ah. Okay, we're back above that delta. Nope. Seller's still there. He's got to leave. You got to get out of here, seller. Got to get back above that delta. Yep, we're pushing. There we go. Cool. I was really not prepared to buy the highs today. I really was not. I had such a weird morning with all my technology stuff. I was so far behind my prep. Trump's done. That might be a lucky phrase, EH. A new high would be encouraging. I mean, rather be lucky than good. I'll take it. I will take it. Firmament, the block grouping is market orders. So if it crosses the spread. Woof. Might be getting stopped for break even. Holy Moses. Look at this 270 guy. Partying. 270. Yeah, there's another 300 lots there. Yikes. I'm probably going to get stopped, and then I might jump back in after this overnight high is checked. Or if this 270 wants to stay on sides. I don't know. All right, there's the overnight high. Pretty immediate reaction on the first touch. So we'll take a stab. I mean, it's some pretty heavy selling. It's just a lot of business going on up here. Wow. I'm just impressed. I'm not even mad. Ooh. Don't love that. Ooh, don't love that. Losing our mojo a little bit here. Okay, back to this 270 delta. Okay. Bid still stacking. Above the previous week high. Whoa, okay, there's a 409 guy up at 83. Let's see if he gets filled. Nope, he pulled. That was fake. Thank you. They did eat the whole wheel of cheese, David. That is true. All right. Well, we got another free trade. I think Chris trading boxes. Chris talked about this too. That how he manages his risk and uses it. He also does something with. I need to talk to him about that. He does something where he's like rolling his profits into the next trade in a different way. I thought that was interesting when he was speaking about that. I need some clarity on that. No, Omni, I don't care. I'll get long wherever. You know me. If anybody knows how long the top, that's fine. If it's trending, if buyers are up here, buy high, sell higher sometimes. It works. I am half size and I am just taking little nips trying to see if this, if this trend's going to continue. So we take half off here. Same with this one. Took half off here. Didn't get our continuation, but we got time. My friend AJ says we got all day to buy this thing. Let me see if I missed any questions. Stowe, can you explain how the free bubbly reconstructive tape differs from what you're using? Yeah, I don't. That's just a different way to see like orders and sizes in a different visual way. So, it's all delta stuff. You're just looking at it. You're just looking at it differently, is all. So, it's different in appearance, but it's not necessarily different in that it's made up of different things. I don't know. Probably wasn't a very useful explanation. Oh, it's already noon. My goodness. So no gym today. So I get to take us out. I think that means that the production team is kind of at my whim here. How long do you think I can make them stay on? Do you think there's a point where they'll pull the plug? Like a hook will come out and you'll just see Stowe disappear. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to try to hold on to this trade. Be sure to come back in the afternoon for trading the close with Order Flow Labs. I think tonight is, this afternoon is Leo and Nick. So that'll be cool. And we'll see if this day just turns into a nice grindy trend. I'm going to keep holding this, and I'll if I get anywhere with this trade, I'll post about it on Twitter. But cool. Thanks so much. And the most important message of the day, be safe out there and be good to each other. Thanks. I'll see you later.